time, or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to RSG.
RSG. Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to RSG.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary victory.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet Hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Grind on. Confirm lah Nescafe. Never stop fighting. Grind on. Power up with only Nescafe. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Bersiaran langsung dari Dewan Sri Putra Bukit Jalil. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan hari ini kita dah masuk minggu ketiga, betul. And I'm sure semua orang dah excited sebab kalau korang tak tahu lagi, minggu ni ialah transfer window. Maksud tu kan, pasukan ambil masuk player baru, coach baru, analyst baru. So I think daripada minggu ni, playstyle, gameplay semua makin hebat. Betul tak? Betul, okay. Kita nampak semua dah ready, tapi sebelum kita dive in untuk match pembukaan kita hari ini, mari kita tengok jadual kita untuk hari ini. Untuk match pertama, kita akan saksikan match yang saya rasa agak pedas. Sebab previous statement dari dua-dua player untuk pasukan ni memang spicy. So, match pembukaan kita hari ini, kita akan saksikan perlawanan Team Hak dan juga RSG MY. And I think semua orang nak tengok the head-to-head of Iris dan juga Rippo. Betul? Dewan Sri Putra is agreeing. Untuk match kedua kita akan saksikan Team Secret dan juga Team Lunatix. Team Lunatix tak dapat menang apa-apa game lagi untuk musim ini, tapi Team Secret dah break their lose streak technically dengan 1 win last week. So technically, mana yang akan dapat 3 mata penuh atau 2 mata hari ini? Alright. So, kita cakap pasal pembukaan kita. So guys, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Alright, nampaknya semua dah ready. So marilah kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas. Dewan Sri Putra, give it up for Team Hak. Masih mengekalkan rekod tanpa kalah, Team Hak menunjukkan bahawa mereka bukanlah pasukan yang mudah. Membawa masuk semula Lola dan Man serta analisis baru Jun dari Indonesia. Adakah momentum kemenangan mereka dapat diteruskan Hari ini, sama-sama kita saksikan. And their opponents, RSG MY! Masih ingin membuktikan kehebatan dengan pemain yang sedia ada, pasukan ini terus berusaha untuk mengekalkan konsistensi mereka. Minggu lalu berjaya mengutip 3 mata penuh. Adakah hari ini mereka berjaya lakukan sekali lagi? Let us see what RSG MY has up their sleeves. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita. Ia akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Guys, I je ke yang nampak tension daripada Rippo dan Iris tadi? Korang nampak kan? Ni panas dah atas stage. Tak masuk Land of Dawn lagi. Confirm mesti panas. Betul? So, I nak tanya one last time. Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Nampaknya semua dah ready untuk match yang sangat-sangat panas untuk hari ini. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thanks, bros. It's a beautiful day here. Friday, 2 matches, and most importantly, Iris up against Rippo. My name is Gideon Q. This is Terrence Icy Baby 12. We are going to be your casters for today here on the desk to keep you guys company for these upcoming 2 best of 3s. And man, I'm excited about this. 2 of my favorite EXP leaders going head to head.
I don't know about you being favorite here. Personally, this is going to be a personal match between both of these players here, both Rippo and Iris, right? Iris has been the backseat at helm previously with RSG, shadowing after Rippo for the longest of time. We've seen the media presses, we've seen the video talkback interviews between Iris as well as Rippo. Now, this is the match where they go all out. Who is going to be the better XP laner? Is it going to be the villain's arc or the redemption arc? Who do you think it's going to be?
Well, it's sub versus dubs here at this point. I think it's the same argument. Personally, I have been liking the performance from Iris so far, but the weeks are only going to get longer from here on out. We're in week 3 and the transfer windows are opened. In case you guys don't know, you can get your epic MLBB skin for only 1 ringgit with Hotlink, the easiest way to unleash your style and upgrade your hero. So if you want to win your games with a lightning fast internet speed, get the Hotlink all new 5G prepaid right now. With that out of the way, we can get back to the matchup at hand here. Now, coming back to the argument, I will say Iris has been looking far better. I would say that Rippo, as of right now, I think he has a much better performance last season compared to now. But it's only just been, we're starting week 3, right? It's not like we have a large pool of games.
To be honest, when it comes to Team Hawk as well, they had a very, very good run in this coming past few weeks. But the question here is, they have been playing against teams that are not really necessarily the strongest team that we have kind of predicted here. So to be honest, their first match right now against RSG is technically their first big team fight.
Well, I don't know. It's a little tough to say, and I think people at home would be struggling just as much as me to figure out who the MVP is going to be of the day, more importantly, for these 2 best of 3s. So make sure, go check out the MPL predictor, scan that QR code, and predict us and tell us why you think these players, or one specific player, is going to be your MVP. Don't forget, at the end of the show, winners do get prizes. So quickly, scan the QR code while you still can. Now, besides the EXP laners, we also have some other matchups that are actually going on. Like, number 1, so far, RSG's imports, both Stolman as well as Demon Kite. I have to admit, Demon Kite had a really good debut performance, but he just couldn't close out the game.
You know, that's the thing, right? I kind of want to raised up Demon Kite previous week here. They didn't exactly
Raised up?
Yeah, to be honest, you know, I was singing his praises in previous week, but it feels like he's struggling to adapt to the Malaysian playstyle as a jungler. That's one.
I don't know.
I feel like like bringing back to your point as well, is that it feels like they haven't exactly found the secret sauce. So in this case, that them bringing back Izanami and then swapping Storm into the roam here might actually help with fixing that.
Well, I mean, let's check out their matchup against Team Hawk with their lineup. Listen, and starting it off, it's Gary, Noir, Panda, Yura, and Iris. If you don't know them, you're gonna love them. It's Team Hawk.
Well, we've seen them play really, really well here. You know, they're looking back towards this stronger form. They came in from the qualifiers, and now they're looking to represent Malaysia again. Can they do it? That's going to be completely questioned here. But here's a little bit of fun fact for those who are watching as well. They have brought in 2 brand new players from the transfer window this week, which is Lola as well as Man. Unfortunately, not going to be playing in today's games though.
Who knows? They might switch them out later on if things don't go well for Team Hawk, or maybe if they get a point up. But let's jump over to RSG with Demon Kite, Stoem, Loliel's, Izanami, and as well as Rippo. Obviously, we're going to be focusing on the EXP lane matchup, but after a Ask Me Anything or Q&A session with Demon Kite and as well as Stoem, it feels like both of them are pretty pumped up for this matchup.
Yep, the thing I like about this roster is that RSG MY, they played with Storm in the mid lane here. They looked a little bit shaky, but Lolios has been stepping up in his gold lane here, and he's been very, very aggressive and somehow getting away with it time and time again. And this is something I really like. But, you know, it just means business, right? This is Season 12. They really want to be at the top of the game now, especially in scoring points.
I do think that it is going to be a little unfair to judge RSG because so far they've only played like only a couple of games.
Yep.
It's not like they've had as many reps compared to Team Hawk throughout the season. Plus, we're only like starting. We've technically finished the first third of the season, coming into the second half of it. I don't know. Amox has been coming out with some decently good drafts, but it's a little volatile at times.
Well, technically, Amox has kind of broke his curse. You know, he had one of the roughest run from the previous season here where he played Team Secret, came down to this Team Hawk. He was still kind of a little bit shaky in week 1, but it seems like now it's all about them finding their footing. And especially now when it's a matchup between both Iris as well as Rippo, I'm really, really worried because there has been a lot of question marks whether or not did Team Hawk narrowly got into his M4 by luck, or is it by skill?
Well, I mean, that's a completely different lineup here. I also think that as much as I like to believe that Team Hawk has reformed, I think Coach Skadaga, as of right now, has a lot of material against Team Hawk in terms of drafting patterns and more importantly, just bad habits. And let's not forget that Rain, so far, is still looking for a solid, like a complete domination of a victory against some of these teams. Starting off with Team Hawk, it's not going to be easy, of course, but I have a lot of trust in him.
You know, there was a little bit of debate as well in previous weeks. Like, ever since Skadaga came in towards RSG has been like very, very in the peaceful times, if that makes sense as well. Because when it comes to peaceful times, I'm quoting this as well, was that Lolios, in his interview the previous week, he did say that the environment was a little bit better now.
A little bit better now. I don't know. I was building up to this matchup. I would imagine that it starts to get a little hostile here for RSG, especially when we're thinking about Rippo and his previous, well, I wouldn't even say protege at this point of time. I would say that he's just like competition.
Well, to be honest, it is definitely competition. And the fun fact about Iris versus Rippo was that Iris was one of the up-and-bringing stars when he was debuting with Orange Esports. And when he got picked up in RSG, all of us were like, great, Iris is a fantastic XP laner, but we never really got to see him shine because every single time it was given a chance, Rippo is just, you know, being in the main roster. So I don't know who's telling the right tales right now because RSG, they say, hey, Rippo is in the main roster because he's better. But from his debut back here in Team Hawk, he's been stepping up from Iris, so I want to see how it goes between both these players.
Well, based on the head-to-head, I would say the data is a lot more in favor of Iris so far, with a 4.5 KDA compared to a 4.1 against Rippo, and more importantly, the average kill is 2.4 to 1.4. Just keep in mind that the data is skewed in favor of Iris only because Team Hawk has played more games in comparison to RSG.
Well, that's the thing, right? You know, it's either you have one really, really good game or multiple good games, but in this case, I feel like Rippo hasn't had the greatest games thus far. He's been punished a couple of times. So in that stats-wise, it's more about can they adapt for this game against each other, because I'm pretty sure this is going to be a very bloody one. And, you know, can Rippo out-aggress or outplay Iris in his matchup? It's going to kind of dictate the momentum of how they play around the enemies' jungles.
That's something to take into consideration, right? Because again, a lot of hard engaging EXP laners are pretty prevalent here in the season so far. I don't know whether RSG or Team Hawk are considering maybe we're just going to lock down getting a winning EXP lane for if they are sitting on red side of the draft. But coming on towards the blue side, I think there's so many other places to actually hurt, right? Like, are they considering the performance that we've seen from Demon Kai consistently each and every time he has hit the Land of Dawn?
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more on the hero priority list here, coming in from both Team Hawk as well as RG. Like, for Team Hawk, they kind of flex it for Iris' playstyle. Like, you know, they pick up like Paquitos or even Xbox or Sigri, where they kind of want to flex between their jungler as well as him. RSG, on the other hand, they kind of keep Izanamis as well as their Roma's heroes towards the last phase of the draft, which is interesting instead of prioritizing those Farsas or even Yivia to a certain degree.
I think he wants to have a good matchup, right? I mean, the mid lane pool is already so very small. We have seen a couple of outliers like the, what's it called? No, it's not the Leslie. I'll get back to it in a little bit. Oh, sorry, the
Novaria?
Lilia.
Oh,
the
Lilia,
Lilia.
alright.
No, I was going to bring this up because, again, we've seen the best performing hero coming in from Team Hawk's Yura. It has to be that Novaria. It's so deadly in his hands, and I think at least for Rain, he's probably taken that into consideration. But let's jump right into the draft. We already have Martis bans. We already have Kadita bans coming in from the side of Team Hawk. Well done. They've done their research. RSG MY, Paquito to Rizla, two very separate ideas.
Ooh, these are targeted heroes coming from RSG MY. These are all comfort ones coming from Iris, and I makes a lot of sense why Coach Gallagher, they say, you know what, Iris, I've seen you play before, you know, your teammates have seen you for 2 seasons, we know what your limitations are. Let's test you out a little bit here, and I don't really like this approach, but it seems like RSG MY says like, you know what, show me what you've got.
Yeah, I mean, at least they got rid of like the Paquito, right? That's a good flex pick. Coming jumping over back to Team Hawk, they get rid of the Edith. Rather interesting. Another flex pick coming in from the side of Team Hawk, but more importantly, it's one that actually has a significant impact in the meta right now. Consistently like stopping combos, just being very annoying in that front line. I still will walk by my opinion. It is a win harder hero. It's very hard to turn fights just with an Edith.
Agreed. But at the same time, final bans coming from RSG MY. Joy is in the pool, but nope, they banned Angela, means Joy is going to be snuck through into this first pick. So Team Hawk, do they prioritize Panda's Claude, or do they go in for the Joy to kind of flex it to jungle, maybe XP? I know both teams kind of want it, but no, they first picked the Fanny. Scary. Not a big fan of a first pick Fanny, considering RSG MY has all the tools and information to deal with it right now.
I mean, they can. If they wanted to, I would hope that they go for a Saber Roam. Kind of depends on Stone's overall playstyle. It'd be very funny to actually see it, but as of yet, I think that RSG MY, and I think especially since Demon Kite is part of the lineup, Joy just seems to be like a really good option, right? And at the very least, he has a lot of kill pressure. He won't have access to Martis, which is totally fine, but more importantly, he just doesn't want to be purple buff reliant, because if you are a purple buff reliant hero, you have to play for your strong lane closest to it, and in this case, that's going to be the EXP lane for the side of Team Hawk.
You know, I've seen Izanami kind of play Joy mid lane before. They didn't exactly have a lot of good preference for it, but nope, they take the Fredrin as well as the Valentina. Kufra still in the gray area. It means Team Hawk can look to deny it right here, right now, and, you know, force RSG to go maybe, like you said, a Saber, an Akai, maybe even
Come on, we got to do the
Grok to a certain degree,
standards. We
maybe?
got to do the standards. We got the Franco and Kaja still available.
Okay,
Both
okay.
the suppresses haven't been touched just yet. I like the fact that at least for RSG MY, they're keeping it flexible, right? They don't want to double down on the composition just yet. They want to see how Team Hawk is actually going to support this first pick Fanny. I can only imagine that if you are in Team Hawk's position, you look at this and you're like, okay, we need to deny them decent ults, right? Let's get the Novaria again for Yura. I think that's totally fine. Information and the fact that, man, his Novaria is so accurate.
The proof that I'm
He's
still
just been
alive.
destroying backlines.
Oh, this is nice coming from Team Hawk. They take Brody away, denying it away from RSG MY. And there's when we talk about marksmen that can easily be threatened by the Fanny, I think Brody is one of those marksmen that still has like getaway jail card, and forcing them to go for the Melissa isn't necessarily the greatest in this current patch compared to like an Irritel or maybe even a Beatrix to a certain degree right now.
I suppose, but I think Team Hawk is making a hard... Well, I would say that they're making a hard read on RSG MY, assuming that they are going to play some form of an assassin. We're yet to see whether or not Joy is going to get let through the draft, but it looks like it's going to be the Grok first for the side of RSG MY.
Roam Grok or XP Grok, but either or, it is still very flexible coming from RSG MY. They do tend to lean on that direction where flex picks is always good. You know, in case of any surprises coming from Team Hawk, we will have a way to kind of deal with it. Personally, I'm not a big fan of it, but as of now, biggest threat is still going to be Fanny. Banning off the clock as well as the Leslie is going to be a good ban coming from Team Hawk to kind of stop RSG MY from you know, trying to deal with this Fanny, I guess.
It's interesting to see, right? Like, Team Hawk doubled down on saying, you know what? If we're going to support Fanny, we're going to... Usually, most teams would start taking away some hard CC, but it didn't get let through. And now that we're jumping into the second phase, RSG MY is the one banning out the Kaja. Now, the fact that they're banning out the Kaja would indicate that they want to kind of position themselves for a potential assassin. A little hard to say because Fredrin's already there. Worst comes to worst, at least you got a beefy tank.
I don't know, but I've seen RSG MY kind of play Fredrin, you know, especially with Rippo, right? When he plays his Fredrin on the side lanes, he kind of wins his lane matchup, but I feel like it's more on what Iris is going to be playing for now, because as of yet, his signature Ruby is still in the pool as well. It's not really popular, but based in the current patch, it is kind of disgustingly tanky. Xbox as well is still in the pool as well, which is something that he can kind of utilize to deal with the true damage against a Fredrin.
Yeah, true. I wanted to bring up the Xborg for sure, mainly because it's like, it would work well if you get the right matchup, but considering Team Hawk's comp, they need something tanky. They need something in that front line to kind of just peel away pressure, or at the very least, just have so much damage that it's very easy for both Brody as well as Fanny to kind of clean up the mess.
It's tough, but coming those bans, RSG MY, final ban. Do they double down on the Franco ban? No, they go for the Kufra. Oh, huh?
I feel like they want to set up for Joy. It's a possibility. I'm not going to deny it away for the side of RSG MY. The fact that Team Hawk is banning out gold laners does give us an idea that Team Hawk is like, okay, we're not worried about carry. We're not going to have a very tanky lineup, but at the very least, we need to bully you out of lane.
Okay, I can see the Joy direction coming in here, but Minstar is still in the pool. That's one. But at the same time, would you say that RSG MY is trying to mirror this by going for a Ling matchup in the jungle and just force the Fredrin being played on Rippo?
Possibly. Ooh.
Oh, but down. What?
It's as if they're treating Rippo like Diablo from RSG SG.
Well, technically, they do have that kind of vocabulary in their arsenal, right? Based on how, especially when Kuja... Well, if you think about it here, in their arsenal, I feel like Kuja has kind of in-drilled in all the RSG players.
He's just indoctrinating them. You gotta believe me, Banang is ridiculous. I would like to imagine that's gonna be his overall
jungle, maybe.
Alice jungle? Nah, I don't see it happening here. I think it's way too risky to actually play Alice jungle, considering that you already have the Novario, which is gonna chunk you out for pretty much pre-level 4. But predictable or part of the plan, Team Hawk always pick Panda's heroes 4th and Noir's hero last in all of their 7 games so far. A bit of a change at the very least, or we could say a bit of an adjustment. We do see the Glue and as well as Cho get locked in, and that's what we're talking about. Good peel overall and single target lockdown just to make that hard read that RSG MY are positioning themselves for an assassin-style jungler.
I really like the Cho pickup, but I'm not a big fan of the Glue. It might be a denial pick coming from Team Hawk. Glue in the current patch doesn't feel as strong as before, personally. Yeah, personally, I've tried it. I don't really like it as compared to before, and it feels like it might be a denial away from Rippo. It's a comfort for him, but nope, it is going to be the XP Fredrin for RSG MY.
I like it. I like it. I mean, RSG MY's comp is very traditional, very, very standard. I love the flexibility of it. It's great at team fighting. It can actually force out side lane pressure. The weak side being EXP, unfortunately, and the strong side being the Beatrix. So in this particular matchup, Rippo, it's all about him maintaining pressure on top side for as long as he possibly can.
Agreed, but seeing how the drafts has been set from both sides here, you know, it's a pretty clear cut on how both teams kind of want to play around it. Team Hawk leaning on having the Fanny kind of snowball their way through, while RSG's side is all about stalling towards the later stage of the game and kind of outplay your opponent. So it's going to be a battle of wits on who is going to be able to outpace each other and outplay play each other, because now it all comes down to this moment. Team Hawk versus RSG MY. Things are gonna get very, very dicey.
It is going to get very dicey. Team Hawk is going to need a snowball as early as possible, and RSG MY just has to take it. Let's jump right into this game.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, game 1. Team Hawk versus RSG MY. Battle of the XP laners, but to start things off, we are going to take a look at the junglers here. Gary as well as Demon Kai. It feels like Gary has a lot to prove in this game, whereas, you know, they brought in the Lancelot to kind of compensate with the mobility issue.
I don't think there was much of a mobility issue for RSG MY overall, right? They want to kind of hunker down as much as they can, but somebody needs to start fights. It's between Storm or Rippo, but having a secondary option is always good, especially when you can bait out spells. Looking at the emblems so far, doesn't seem nothing is too out of the ordinary. Izanami actually wanting to go for the Impure Rage to maintain pressure longer.
Yep, at the same time as well, we do see a little bit of aggressions coming in. Noir trying to poke into his Izanami. Storm as well, trying to do a little bit chip damage, but it's only a couple of skirmishes here. But Gary and Demon Kai gonna try and contest a little bit more, but Demon Kai will be the victor in this securing his own jungle.
Yeah, now, again, both sides, again, a lot of assassin junglers are straying away from killing spree only because it's so easy for them to get those kills, and they don't need the extra mobility that they get from the killing spree, so it's better to optimize yourself with things like the Quantum Charge or even the Lethal Ignition for more kill power.
Yeah, agreed. But at the same time here, Team Hawk, they're not making major movements right now. They're starting things off with the traditional mid opening, but I like how RSG is having Storm get information on where this Fanny may or may not be. But as of yet, bottom lane, we do see the Fanny also going to be a fight against Demon Kite as well, but Demon Kite still has the sustainabilities to get out of this.
Iris and Rippo, it's just a sandbagging matchup overall. Nothing much is really going to come out of that lane, and more importantly, I think at least from the side of Team Hawk, they are mirroring Demon Kai. They are trying to minimize his overall impact on this game. We'll see how that's going to go as things escalate as we jump down in towards that turtle side. Mid lane's already pushed up, and Yura, he can open up the map so easily and make sure that Noir is not going to be in a compromised position.
Well, Turtle's got to be reset here. Izanami going to be poking Yura out of the fight. Half HP. Iris going to be stuck all by himself. He might actually die here. Here comes a split. He's going to be A-okay. He's trying to set out for the team, but the rest of Team Hawk is nowhere to be found. And I'm surprised how aggressive Iris is, despite this. None of his teammates is near.
I mean, are you forgetting that he's playing blue? He's basically Team America right now. He's never going to die.
Well, in this case, it might be Team Malaysia, but as of yet, Rippo versus Iris again. He's got the sustains. He's a level ahead, and Noir almost close to his level 4 as well. He needs his Way of the Dragon, but Demon Kai does try to deny this. Half HP on the turtle for now. Iris looking to try and zone for the team, but guess what? It's only a distraction. They are going to try. Noir goes for the jump, but Demon Kai secures the turtle. He needs to get out, but Noir might be in a little bit of trouble. He kicks Demon Kite away, and he actually escapes with 1 HP.
Why? Rippo didn't want to flicker for that? No, he didn't have the angle. Unfortunate. So far, Storm doing a pretty good job at kind of keeping everybody at bay, but more importantly, Team Hawk, they're not posturing for this first turtle. It really doesn't matter to them too much unless they're able to get a kill onto Demon Kite's side. Gary might as well just power farm and not waste this time because it's particularly difficult to get in on RSG when they're all clumped up together. And let's not forget that their composition is designed against picking people off and slowly whittling them down with the help of the Navaria.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time here, with that play being said as well, Iris losing the level lead, they're still doing an okay job in the bottom lane here. Feels like a wet noodle fight, but Noir now makes an attempt. Here comes the kick. They're trying to chip away and Storm, but I don't think they have the damage to do so, but they do push RSG away and get a little bit of pressure off their map positioning right now.
Yep, and you can clearly see that Storm, he's not caring about the mid lane too much. He wants to open up the map, but he has Brave Smite, which does indicate that in those team fights, he needs to last as long as physically possible to waste the utility, to waste the skills, and more importantly, to waste free hits coming in from Panda.
Yep, again, Gary, we haven't seen him get extremely aggressive. Playing a little bit safe here, trying to mirror Demon Kite. So there is going to be a little bit of a safe zone coming in, but 30 seconds before this turtle, it seems like RSG, they are very, very focus on making sure they did win the turtle fights.
Yeah, no, it's important for them because they have a composition that's great at sticking together. And the only person who's really able to kind of break that up or threaten or getting major value is Iris. But he's on the opposite side of the map. And you can see Rippo's proxying. He's immediately going to start running over towards gold lane side just to participate in this turtle fight.
Yeah, but now 3 seconds left, and Gary does still have the purple buff a little bit here. It is going to wean off in a couple more seconds, so they have to be extremely quick about this. But as of yet, here comes the wall charge from Storm, trying to hedge this off, but he gets the kick, he catches Izanami, gets bursted down. That's going to be first blood for Team Hawk. But now, with the turtle, 20% health left, Rippo is going to stop Gary. That's going to be secured by Demon Kite. The fight is going to be split off, and Team Hawk now trying to zone off Demon Kite. But it seems like RSG just doesn't have the damage to take a split fight.
A little bit unlucky there. Very good initiation coming in from Noir to find that pick. He's got to help Panda's side. If he can find it, ooh, he's getting real low.
Yep. And now Leos is looking for a finish as well. Panda looking a fantastic job at clearing the minions, but he's going to be keeping the tier 1 alive for now. Meanwhile, pay attention to the minimap as well. Look at how Gary and Iris is pressuring Rippo right now. They lose the tier 1 down bottom, and they're trying to force RSG and MY to be playing on that side of the map now.
I mean, I love the plan coming in from Team Hawk. They recognize that it's like, yes, I want a power farm, but at the same time, if we give every single objective over to RSG MY without really threatening them, nothing's going to happen in this game, and eventually we're going to get outscaled. So they have to be posturing for it.
Okay, Noir going for some stun as well. The kick comes in. Storm is going to be taking a little bit of damage here, but they just don't have the damage to finish him off. He gets out. Noir, he's going to be a sacrificial lamb, and that's going to be disengaged coming in, and the purple buff as well, stolen away. And it's a little bit unfortunate. Was it stolen away? It seems like it's stolen away,
It's
though.
not stolen away. Gary still was able to secure a purple buff for himself. So at the end of the day, even if it was stolen, doesn't really matter to him. As long as he has that purple buff. And notice, look at that. RSG MY just making sure they control their borders.
Oh my god. The damage coming from Gary. The Terrify from Izanami. Buys a little bit of time. He might be dead, and that is going to be Izanami killing him off.
Unlucky. Even with lethal ignition, didn't have enough damage to secure the kill. Very nice flicker from Loliel's.
My goodness, now Rippo is a little bit of trouble. He's going to be A-okay, but again, you know, considering that they've lost Gary like that, Team Hawk is going to be, you know, back to playing a little bit more passive here, trying to scale for Yura, I guess.
I mean, Yura right now hasn't been able to participate in these fights too often, and more importantly, with the two beefy tanks for the side of RSG MY, both Rippo and Stone, just blocking the shots whenever they can. Yura is not in a position to really threaten the backline, or even if he does land his skills on the backline, it's not going to deal as much damage as you would like until we start seeing those first items roll in.
Yeah, but now Iris is going to be looking for the latch as well. Rippo going to be half HP, saving up for the appraisals route. Panda looking for the finish. Rippo gets it off on Panda, scares him off for now. But the split from Iris is trying to latch onto his Demon Kite, all the rest of the lines as well. But Noir makes an attempt, but he is going to be forced to disengage. And that's going to be the half dance around the Lord. They're just feeling the waters for now. But the turtle, it's going to be in the hands of RSG, and you can see Demon Kite, they're just going to try and prioritize that turtle instead, and I don't think Team Hawk can fight this here. They're just so out of position, but now here comes the attempt. They catch on to Iris. Leos goes for the wombo combo. 3-man Jeet Kune comes in, but it's not going to be enough. RSG played this perfectly well, and it's not over yet. They're slow and steady. They're poking their way through, but here comes the collapse! Leos again punishes Hawk for the indecisiveness.
Unlucky. Izanami's doing a lot of good work.
Oh my goodness, it's not over yet. They're going to make an attempt. We have Dragon from Noir, but where's the follow-up? He's going to die for absolutely nothing. And RSG, they prevail. And now Yura is going to make a run for it here. Demon Kai, he wants to extend this fight, but the minion's just 2 seconds too late for him to get his puncture.
So far, it's great to see that RSG MY is not dependent on Demon Kite to start these fights or make plays for the rest of the team. I think they have been practicing in scrims a traditional front-to-back composition, because the way that they're maintaining their own front lines, and especially when they walk into no man's land, Lolios is in such a safe position. Not to mention that even Izanami himself, the only reason he dies is only if Storm tries to go for a wild charge out of nowhere and Noir has Flicker. That's the only time he dies.
Agreed. Now, Noir looking to try and check the bush. Izanami is there to terrify him. He's level 8 though. He doesn't have the sustain. He's getting poked away by a couple of, poke spells coming from RSG MY. And it seems like when it comes to the inch battle, like every single march forward, RSG MY is taking it slow and steady. And Team Hawk just needs to be a little bit more decisive here. In this case, here comes the kick, catches Storm. Noir taking a little bit too much damage. He's looking for Lolios, but he's not quick enough, and he is going to be the first to fall. Iris with the split. He does have the latch, but where's his team? He's all by himself. He isolates them, and now they've got him surrounded, and Iris will be completely bullied out, and that's going to be RSG MY wiping the floor with his face.
Exactly. Slow and steady wins the race, but more importantly for RSG MY, the slower they play, the more that Team Hawk feels like they need to take the initiative to do something in these matchups. Gary, I don't know if he's going to get back out in time after canceling that recall.
Oh no, Gary, he needs to get out. He's going to get caught out. Here comes the taunt, and Izanami with the stolen kick. He gets the Fanny. Goodbye, Gary. And now Storm instantly with the recalls. The Lord also coming in. Big shots coming from Yura. But I don't think it's going to be enough. And that's going to be an easy Lord in the hands of RSG MY.
Yep, without Gary, they're not able to finish off those kills. And more importantly, without Panda nearby to actually get in range to use the Torn Apart Memories, RSG MY have a very clean lead. So far, very textbook plays all across the board. And RSG MY is looking very, very polished right now. They're looking so good.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the items real quick here. Seems like Anti-Kira's upgrade coming in from Iris. Does have the Molten Essence, but aside from that, he needs a couple more. But hold that thought for now. Here comes the kick. They catch Storm. But again, does he die? Finally, Panda has been trying so long. He gets the annoying Grog, but at the expense of losing Noir right now. And Lolios, look at him. Go. He's got the damage. Yura scares him off with a big slap, but that should be a little bit of a stalemate for now.
Yeah, and right now, Team Hawk are going back and following protocols. Whenever they're behind, they always have Gary on this Fanny that 1v1, that 1v1!
Oh my goodness, Gary, he's looking for the 1v1! He gets the auto attack in, Demon Kite falls, and this is a good defense, and it's gonna buy them a little bit of time to actually scale back to the game.
Just gonna call it lethal ignition diff. That's the difference there. One auto attack worth of damage just to secure, and it's great to see at the very least that Gary is holding on his own against Demon Kite despite being 3 levels down. I mean, Demon Kite, to be fair, I wouldn't even say that it's going to be a fair fight, but at the very least, they find one back to get a shutdown, a small shutdown. With the rest of the map actually slowly being compromised, RSG MY, even if they do give kills over, as long as they are not losing their big ticket players like Izanami as well as Loliels, who again have large bounties on top of their heads, I don't think Team Hawk is going to be able to walk away for free.
Oh, it's going to be tough. It's all up to Yura whether or not he is going to be able to threaten them, because a few shots coming in, Lolios and as well as Izanami is being scared right now. They've got the vision. They're trying to go for the setup as well. Noir flickers forward. He gets the kick in, but he is going to be the first to fall. Gary finally interjects, but here comes the wall. Oh, he finds a crack. He gets out to safety, and RSG was hoping for more, but Team Hawk, they are able to get the reset. But once again, Izanami looking for the bait. He's looking for to try and isolate Gary again, but it's not going to happen for now.
Right now, Team Hawk, I don't know how they're going to try and crack, or at least go even against RSG MY, right? No matter what they do, it all boils down to whether or not they can actually attack that backline. And so far, RSG MY have been maintaining their borders so very well. When the team fight starts, they immediately draw a line to make sure that Team Hawk doesn't have any angle to get on in. Gary tries to go for a flank, Rippo is there to block him. Iris tries to go and jump towards the backline, gets terrified by Izanami.
You know, Storm's wall blocks has been really on point so far. Like, and normally, you know, against a Fanny, you don't really want to choke together and clump up together. But based on RSG MY, they've got so much CCs. If you come together, that's exactly what you want. I am going to be able to threaten you. But seeing how things are going here, seems like the purple buff will be stolen away. So no buffs for Gary. And again, with the Lord in RSG MY's control, Team Hawk, they need to find a way try to steal this or make a play, but it's going to be very difficult here. But Noir, he is going to get countered here. 2-man wall charge from Storm. It's going to get him killed, but Panda will trade him off. They lose the Lord, but here comes the snipe. Rippo survives with 1 HP. They lose Iris, but Rippo, he tanked the shot from Yura like a man.
I mean, he still has immortality. He knows that even if he loses the immortality, it's not the biggest deal in the world. Storm willing to sacrifice his life to make sure that Team Hawk don't get any positions or can't clear the choke point to move past in towards that Lord pit. So very well done for the side of RSG MY. This was the level of polish I was hoping to see in the first couple of weeks, but now it feels like they're more together as a team.
Yeah, agreed. But now, with the Lord coming in, Gary, oh no, he needs to kill this kill. He really needs to
No
get his
purple
kill,
buff,
but he
though.
doesn't have the buff. And he's a level down, so agreed. He is going to be able to back out, but aside from this, it seems like RSG MY is slowly choking and crawling and just strangling Team Hawk in this gameplay so far.
I mean, it's not about like whether they're getting mechanically outplayed. I think right now the composition is just really difficult to pull through, especially when you don't find that lead.
Yep, Iris now, he's going to get taunted out, forces the split. RSG MY, they are going to wait this out, and the Lord will be slowly choked away, but at the same time, RSG MY, 9k advantage in terms of economy. Team Hawk just needs a good play coming from Noir, and so far it has been extremely difficult coming from him. But as of yet, he's looking for the plays, but no, they played slow. They just clear off the minions, and RSG MY, they just back out.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of... Wait, does Gary get it? No, he does not get the purple buff. So again, his impact being minimized, and I think they should be able to secure this inhibitor.
Oh, Noir getting a little bit angsty. It is a little bit frustrating here. They've got the vision. But RSG says we are going to wait out the debuffs and try and pull them out of a very, very awkward situation. In this case, Team Hawk not going to be looking for the fight for now unless they get a nice kick. But in this case, it's going to take some time. Gary, no purple buff means they have to slow things down. But Noir, nope, he is going to back out again.
Yeah, he's totally fine. So far...
Oh, they saw it from a mile away, Panda. Great reflexes here. He's gonna bait out the flicker, but no! A big collapse from Lolios Panda. He gets the Winds of Nature in time, but the damage is a little bit too much. Double kill for RSG MY. However, Izanami, they're looking for the finish. Iris, can he get the kill on Lolios? He will, and that's gonna buy him even more time. He latches on Izanami and he is gonna try and finish him off. Meanwhile, Demon Kai cuts the back lines, finds Yura, finds them all, but Gary is gonna train him off, and now Team Iris, Team Hawk, he needs to get out. Will he be able to? No, he cannot. And RSG MY, they trade 4 for 3. But Team Hawk, they still survive this. But look at this, Rippo. He is going to try and mow down the crystal, but no. There's just no minutes, there's no damage, this is not worth it.
Yeah, Rippo probably didn't need to be there at that point in time. He thought maybe I could just get a little bit more crystal damage. The crystal is eventually going to regenerate, so it's not that big of a deal for the side of Team Hawk. But what we can say, a 4 for 3 trade in favor of RSG. And I think, you know, even RSG recognized that maybe we went a little too ham there. Maybe we disrespected Team Hawk a little too much. Their composition is designed to play it slow. The only person who can ramp things up is supposed to be Demon Kai. Right now, Yura with the Astral Sphere. Oh, 24 times hero hit rate.
That's scary. That's very, very difficult to actually pull off. But at the same time, he's going to be the core winning factor for Hawk to actually threaten Lolios as well as Izanami. And that's going to be a problem here because as of yet, Izanami has shown himself. But Noir, he finds the kick. But no, he kicks on towards the Fredrin again. Demon Kai secures the lore. But Team Hawk, they're going to try and wrap them out. They find Izanami, and now here comes the collapse. Gary is doing so much damage, but he needs to get out. 1 HP, Lolios gets the kill onto his Panda. But he needs to get out. Iris comes in for the back of his wall. He latches onto him. They're slowly keeping him alive, but the rest of Team Hawk, they just don't have the resources to fight this. Do they fight this or do they defend against this Lord? They need to back off because the Lord is pushing into their base. But look at this. They get the kill on Lolios. He has the immortality, but Iris, he's buying time, but the snipes from Yura! He finds Lolio! A big catch for Team Hawk, but somehow they're hanging on, and Iris now has the immortality. He's dancing with Demon Kite, and that is going to be a complete outplay from Team Hawk.
Nicely done from Team Hawk. Forward thinking. Especially since Noir has already used all of his abilities, he pulls back to slow down this Lord, managing 3 waves and sacrificing bottom inhibitor to make it happen. Now Team Hawk even up the score. Once they saw the Winds of Nature down by Lolios, you could see Gary straight away. I'm going to recall Iris. You need to buy a little bit of time. If you can open up the map a little bit more, Yura might be able to help you with a skill shot to turn it all around. Doesn't matter. If that doesn't work out, I will clean up the fight. And Gary pulls through.
From a 9k, 10k gold advantage from RSG MY, they equalize it from Team Hawk. Now only a 2k difference, and even the AI predictor as well. Somehow, it's supposed to be RSG MY's game to win, and it's somehow Team Hawk is able to hold on.
Exactly. And I mean, I think that RSG MY is thinking for the short term in terms of their team fights. They need to start thinking for the long term. take these short fights, because right now, look at Noir, he can't deal with this type of damage. He's getting absolutely obliterated. No immortality now, no way for the dragon to actually work. I don't want to say the new name of it. I think there is a proper pronunciation, but I haven't figured it out just yet.
No, when it comes to this play, with Noir down for 40 seconds, that's going to be a huge one. Iris is going to try and make a play here from behind. He catches on the Rippo, he gets CC'd, and that's going to be Lolios bursting him down. It might be over, and now Panda can't even force a fight against Lolios. Look at him. What a Chad, an absolute aggressor. But the minions, they get cleared out, so it is still breathing room for Team Hawk for now. But it's still going to be very difficult here unless Panda makes a play. They force out the winds of nature. Not huge, but where's the damage? They can't finish on Rippo. Great Astro coming in from Yura. Connects on all of them. It is going to slow them down, but is it enough to scare them off? But RSG says, we are going to back off. We need to heal up. Stone forces a flicker. But can they chip away the immortality? No, they cannot. But great defense so far. Great defense.
Panda, he scaled up. He's got really relevant damage right now. And I think that RSG MY needs to start respecting it. Even Loliels, again, he shouldn't be using his Winds of Nature. He needs to hold on to it for as long as possible. But considering his aggressive style and the fact that he flickers forwards, 90% of the time so far, he is not flickering backwards. You can tell that even the RSG is struggling to close this out. So they have to use this Luminous Lord. It's 20 minutes into the game. A single death could mean super long death timers. And more importantly, Team Hawk, they see the exact same potential, right? So if they can get picks and play it really, really slow, slower than how RSG is taking over territory in the map and creating space, they might have an opportunity to actually rip one of the tanks away from the main five.
But it's so hard though, considering that there is a Fredrin who just like, you know, doesn't mind taking space inch by inch, and that's what makes him so strong. In this case, Noir is going to try and go for the black lines again. They know exactly where they are. Iris thinking from the flank angle from the top side. Again, Hard. They haven't had the success yet, but Izanami with the stolen wave of the dragon. He is going to get bursted down. And RSG says, know what? Forget about the Lord. It's just a bait. They almost got Gary, but now they're isolated. Team Hawk. Iris with the split. He needs to get out, and he will not be able to. Gets completely collapsed by RSG MY.
I think Iris tended... honestly, he had to use the split, but most people tend to forget that with Lancelot, you're able to use that puncture multiple times through the glue split, just so you can really stack up that damage. But now, I think that RSG MY, now that they've taken away the main pick tool for the side of Team Hawk, they don't even need the Lord for this. They can just muscle their way in.
Agreed. Now they are going to try collapse. Two-man wall charge is it, and this might be over, and RSG MY is gonna be the better team for game one. They proved themselves to be the better one. And what a demonstration coming in from them.
Huge games coming out from the tank, Stoneman, as well as Rippo to maintain the line so far. It was early to mid thanks to Izanami. Those Terrifies making all the difference in these 50-50s, but it's not over just yet. A spicy game so far, as the fans can call it. RSG will take game number one.
Oh my goodness, RSG MY, they played their hearts out here. Like, there was just textbook plays coming from them. Meanwhile, Team Hawk was able to surprise them time and time again, but RSG kept it cool, calm, collected, and composed, and that's what you need here. And you can see Rippo says, you know what, it's only one game. You know, it's too easy. There's a reason why I'm the main roster, and it's here to prove it with RSG.
Oh man, not easy at all. They're going to take a break for a while, rediscuss their plans. Team Hawk has a lot to think about, or has a lot to think about in this matchup, right? They're playing a composition that they've tried before, all about looking for picks, having one main tool to initiate these fights, but more importantly, having a lot of map presence to kind of pull the composition apart. But with good lane management and overall decent matchups, I think, you know, RSG really thought this through.
Yeah, agreed. But at the same time as well, having Iris play the glue, to be honest, I was a little bit surprised he was able to play that well, considering the amount, the odds that was faced against him, right? There's just so much things that they could have done, and in this case, I'm curious to see who the MVP is coming in from RSG MY. The MVP gonna be none other than Lolios himself, which makes sense. He's been dropping crucial ultimates every single time, and it has been on point.
He has been on point. I think, you know, holding on to his matchup very, very well. Moments of not disrespecting the space. He's grown as a player. I definitely think he has matured. But look at his stats. 13-2-2 with a 71% kill participation right now. His stonks are going through the roof.
Yeah, he is very, very on point in this game here. And interesting enough, he's went full damage, and on top of it all, he got a weapon master on top of his quantum charge. So that's going to be a bit more damage. People kind of tend to stray away currently in the parent battle for movement speed, but he just trusts his teammate, go all in. If you play inch by inch, who needs movement speed when we are walking that slow?
I mean, he also has quantum charge, so half the time he's going to have enough movement speed to close the distance or actually start kiting away. Let's have a look at the item build. I'm rather curious to see what they opted to go for, because half the time, when you see the raw amount of damage that's coming out of him, something's amiss, right? How many anti-cuirasses do we see from Team Hawk? I see one coming in from Glue, one on Fanny. I don't see one on Novara, instead going for an immortality. That's totally fine. Winds of Nature, and finally, yep. So we've got 3 anti-cuirasses respecting Beatrix, but once she gets that Malefic Roar, she already has that BOD. If you're put below 50% HP, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time as well, Lolios didn't even actually go for DHS, which is something that I feel like it's a very common for marksmen, but considering that they don't really have a very tanky composition from Team Hawk, going for this kind of extra penetration is just going to completely shut them down. So I like this adaptation coming from Lolios, but I want to see the full itemizations here in terms of in-depth coming in from, with the emblems coming from RSG MY. How do they correlate with this matchup?
Well, I think, you know, correlating into this matchup, the 2 main tanks obviously have to take tank emblems. I mean, they were the front lines, and they made sure that they decided to go for agility so they can actually match people who are trying to come from different flank angles. They need to be able to close that distance and close it really, really quick so that they don't make it past choke points and hold them at bay. Lancelot, I think it's pretty straightforward. I do like the quantum charge on him. As much as Killing Spree is a very, very fun emblem to have, the fact is, Demon Kite needs to be moving across the map as quickly as possible to keep up against this Fanny. Finally, we come down to Izanami, the big player that made this early to mid-game transition super clean. Agility, tenacity, and impure rage, because he wants to maintain his mana throughout the laning phase.
Agreed, but now let's see the matchup as well coming from Team Hawk here. We do see, like you said as well, agility is going to be the priority coming from everyone, right? But we do see impure rage coming from Yura to kind of extend that additional burst. We do see the agilities coming from Noir as well, but not necessarily going for the quantum charge to kind of mirror a double movement speed build. So we've seen kind of a couple of Romans kind of do that, but he actually opted to go for the concussive blast to actually kind of, you know, clear the minions, which I don't think is an issue for a side of Team Hawk, but it felt like he was just like a pixel away from multiple catches if he actually went for a quantum charge. But it was still a very difficult situation to call.
We're narrowing, we're tunnel visioning on this a little too much. At the end of the day, let's keep in mind that there's Grok on the opposite side, right? Grok is going to make any lane. Oh, you can't push, don't worry, I'm here. And even with Storm, he didn't go for the concussive blast. He didn't need it. It's all about sustain. Cho, on the other hand, the exact opposite. I can dodge CC, but I can't really clear waves as effectively as everybody else without some damage items. So give me concussive blast and I can speed things up.
Yeah, agreed. But that's the thing, right? It's hard. It's kind of hard to actually pinpoint what was the issue, but I feel like both teams played really, really well. But when it came down to draft, first picking the Fanny put Team Hawk in this situation, and I felt like they played the best out of what they got.
I think that the early mid-game could have gone better. I do think that the choice of kicks coming in for Noir were somewhat questionable as we transition from mid towards late, but it's understandable, right? This entire composition, you need to get that early lead, and unfortunately, Gary couldn't find the angle for it, and Noir could not set up for it. So Yura can give you the information, Iris can follow up, and Panda can secure these kills, but again, nobody was put below 50% half the time.
Yep, at the same time as well, look at the damage coming from Lolios. He's got 102,000, but what really surprises me is that despite the fights that are coming in, Panda is able to match that as a Brody, and it's scary considering that I thought Lolios had the better engage when it comes to AoE damage burst.
Well, I mean, that's why Panda died a majority of the times. He's disrespecting that front line. He's disrespecting Rippo. And more importantly, Storm as well, right? we've seen a couple of times where he actually flickers over the Nature's Barrier, thinking, you know what, that's going to be totally fine. Rippo comes in from the off angle, he gets locked down, and then it's basically over as a combo starter for the Bennett's Rage, Nibiru's Passion, so on, so forth. Panda, as much damage as he's trying to deal, needs to get into these fights. That's a big problem. RSG MY won't allow him to just get free hits for nothing. He disrespects that space, he's going to get locked down. Simple as that.
Yeah, it is going to be scary in this fight here. But when it comes to the heat maps, I feel like rotations play a major factor in this matchup. And when it comes to the player spotlight, it's got to be Iris versus Rippo. What are your thoughts?
What the heck is going on here? I mean, it is just constant. It is just red and yellow all over the map. But to put it simply, both Iris and Rippo have the exact same job. Clear up their waves, proxy it if necessary, be there when the fight is about to happen. And you can see a lot of the times that their movements mirror each other. They need to make sure that they keep both of themselves in check against one another. Because if somebody appears into the fight first, then you can see everybody back off away from the neutral and then re-engage later once they have their full 5. Iris has the benefit of being a little bit more independent. Rippo is heavily dependent on the damage from the rest of his team.
It is going to be a little bit tough here, but based on this as well, it seems like Rippo had a little bit more advantage with 7-12 in round, right? He is going to be pushing into his aggression here, which kind of forced RSG to kind of starve out Team Huck's resources. But at that stage, you know, RSG was already, what, 7K? Yeah, 6-7K economy advantage, you know?
Yeah, I mean, when you're at 6,000-7,000 ahead, I think starting to get disrespectful is the idea. And they locked out this Fanny for a while. Purple buffs being stolen a majority of the time, putting him Demon Kite 3 levels ahead at this stage of the game. It's a little tough. When we jump into the highlights, hopefully we get to catch a couple of Stoem's moments here, right? Because first of all, this one, very unfortunate that Stoem decided to go for the wild charge and Noir was able to kind of capitalize on those situations. Gary having a couple of good kills, but just couldn't finish it off, right? But Stoem, locking off particular passageways in towards the fights forces Team Huck to kind of walk in a straight line and are forced to take a traditional front to back.
Yeah, I like how RSG still MY still had the core essence of just making sure the important things has to be done, and that is making sure that Gary doesn't get super out of control. They always find a way to kind of, you know, pressure on towards the purple bar, but eventually it came down to game of wits, and Lolio's really found the right opportunity, because even here as well, that was a very small mistake with the wall blocks. If the block was able to completely block off Team Huck's exit, I'm pretty sure they would have all died to Lolio's ult right there.
I mean, absolutely. I think there's no question about it. But at the end of the day, nobody really wants to cross Loliels when they don't have their damage dealers, right? Gary recognizes that he is limited by his energy. Iris recognizes that there is no physical way that he's going to get a kill onto Loliels unless he is low and his damage dealer Yura is relatively nearby with clear angles to make sure that the Astral Shatters actually connect.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, you know, I like how Stoem has been playing this game. Super underrated coming from RSG MY. His wall blocks has been very strategically very on point in finding the right angles to set up for team. And he knows perfectly well on how to stop the Fanny from rotating in certain angles and also cutting off the exit. So I feel like the Grok here was a great pick, great way to deal with the Fanny. Yeah. And I like the adaptations coming in from RSG MY. But now, game 2, it needs to be fixed here. You know, Team Huck, they made a gamble. First picking Fanny, immediately gave all the information from the side of RSG MY to capitalize on it and just punish this and outdraft him. Would you say it's an outdraft? But I feel like
I don't think
it wasn't an outdraft.
It wasn't an outdraft. It definitely is one of those situations where it's like, this is a very particular style of composition that you want to pull off. Again, a lot of the comfort picks coming out from the side of Team Huck. We did see the Cho, we did see the Fanny, we also did see the Brody as well. All of which comfort picks for the side of Team Huck. I don't know about you guys, but remember that MLBB is about to celebrate MPL MY's, well, Malaysia's independence. Log into the game to get the special Hari Merdeka emote voiced by 3 of our MPL MY players. I'm not going to spoil it. How about you purchase it and figure it out? Take a wild guess. Take a gander. Figure out who those voices are.
You know, that's the thing, right? The voices, you know, I just heard it. I was like, wait, who was that talking? I was kind of stunned for a little bit here, but, you know, fun enough, it's 3 MPL MY players that actually sounded. Who is it? Not exactly sure, but it sounds pretty cool though, the emotes.
I am betting that a majority of people won't actually guess who those MPL MY players are. Because half the time, most people don't even know what their voices sound like.
Now that you think about it,
Think about it. Think about it.
I know how Zorn sounds like.
Yeah, that's because he's on the interview half the time.
True, but I do not know how Yura sounds like.
Hey, he's from, well, technically, he is technically an import, so it kind of omits him. Don't want to like go further than that. But so far, right now, Demon Kite is looking hot. He's not the one pushing the agenda, but the rest of his team is, and that makes it so much more comfortable for him to play around his team.
It's weird to see how, you know, Malaysia has kind of evolved into the stage where, hey, Season 11, it's all about playing around those imports plays now, which is we have the Filipino flavor, we have the Indonesian strengths, right? But this season, especially coming from RSG MY, it felt like Game 1, it was all around 4 of them guiding Demon Kite and allowing Demon Kite to do his own thing. So I like that we are starting to try to respect the Malaysian playstyle on how to play this game.
Well, I wouldn't even say that it's a Malaysian playstyle. I definitely agree that Demon Kite is an aggressive player, which coincides with the rest of RSG. All of them are like, yo, you're aggressive, we're aggressive. We like that, we can vibe, right? But I think more importantly, you need to have some strong, what do I call it? Strong, I can't even say shareholders. Let's
Wait
just
a
say,
minute.
wait, hold up. Man's got the mask as well. His brother.
Wait. Okay.
Now
you
the
know,
real question: which one is it? Which twin is it?
I think it's the twin that didn't get back in.
Is it though? Is it though? It could be the one that did get back in. And he's like,
Wait,
you know what?
wait.
I'm gonna watch from the sidelines.
His hair was combing to his left part. So if we look it from the right, I think that's Man. Yeah.
Let's not forget the cameras reverse the image as well.
Oh boy.
There's no way to tell,
boy.
boys.
Oh boy.
There's no way to tell the twins apart.
Oh boy, that's a little bit tough one here. But you know, I thought it was a surprise appearance by Ikuto or something like that because he's got that Wakanda mask. I was like, oh wait, you know what? It is Team Hawk's moto, but at the same time, without further ado, we're jumping into the game number 2. This is gonna be Team Hawk going up against RSG MY. This time, Team Hawk on the blue side again. Do they first pick the Fanny? Absolutely not. Nope. Not gonna try it again. Edith is gonna be the goal.
Oh, I remember what the word is. Anchors. RSG MY now have secure anchors in both Storm and as well as Rippo. I don't know whether those anchors are going to do that all over again, but let's look at the winning record because before the arrival of Rippo, Iris was the main EXP laner for RSG MY and had a 77.78% match win ratio in MPL MY Season 10.
I have to say one thing, production. Props to you guys. I don't know where you get all your trivia, but at the same time, the amount of effort to dig through all this statistics, information, looking through match one by one, and I don't know where you can find it. Even in online, it's very difficult to get those kind of stats.
It's an internal player
Well
dex.
done.
I'm just going to spoil it. It's an internal player dex. You can search it up. Yeah. They have it for each one. They have a player dex for each one of the seasons. You want to check out Season 10 stuff, you type in the name and it pops up. It's like a Pokemon Pokedex, is what they call it.
Oh, that's a good fun fact.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Now, let's jump back into the draft because so far the Edith has already been first pick for the side of Team Hawk, and we do see Valentine as well as the Grok from RSG MY. Relatively same bans coming in from RSG MY, and the same goes for Team Hawk with the slight adjustment of banning out the Fanny, locking in the Claude, and as well as the Lancelot. Once again, Team Hawk revolving back around their comfort picks, things that they have played before, practiced before, and are efficient at.
Yep. And this was something that I kind of was a little bit questioning as well. Team Hawk, they do kind of lean on Panda playing his Claude every single time. Even to a certain degree, they do first pick it. But this time, they open it up. RSGMY says, you know what, Panda is not really a big threat. We just ignore him, man. But, however, Joy was kind of ignored in Game 1. This time, RGM says, you know what, I'm going to pick it up.
Yeah.
Demon Kite might be able to play this. Rippo might be playing it. They are still in that flex area coming from RGMY.
Yeah, I think that RSGMY have conditioned Team Hawk very, very well. Like these picks, these bans are very similar to game number 1 with very slight adjustments towards the end. They got rid of the Kaja, but they're also getting rid of the Franco as well, just to make sure that this Joy can kind of walk freely throughout the map. More importantly, we are seeing Storm back on this Grok, I would assume back on this Grok again, and Izanami, who's been playing a phenomenal early to mid game on the Valentina. It's going to be a little tough for Team Hawk to actually try to break through through Storm in particular, but at least with the Edith, they might have an opportunity to actually re-engage.
Yeah, but now Franco, Kaja, you talked about suppression here. They don't really want to deal with this. I guess it's a way to deal with the Joy, right? But I feel like Joy right now is in a situation where is going to be the biggest threat for Team Hawk to deal with it. Like, Edith, not necessarily a great way to kind of stop the Joy if the Joy gets out of control. But to be honest, I really want Hawk to bring in the Vincitar in this game. It feels like it's... like, the Kufra isn't going to be enough to stop the Joy at all.
I mean, that's not the only problem here. I mean, yes, Joy... I mean, locking in the Mincetar just to deal with the Joy as well as the Valentina doesn't seem like a bad idea until you recognize that if you don't catch the Irithel, you're dead anyways, right? Because Irithel is eventually going to outscale everybody from the side of Team Hawk, especially if you're going for that crit blow, even Claude to a certain degree, only because you have access to Winds of Nature. But Team Hawk, they are playing back in towards their comfort pick. Lapu is going to get locked in to dive that backline to threaten and maybe just force this Joy to actually rejoin the rest of his team. But let's not forget, it's still a flex pick. We don't know whether or not this is going into the jungle or if it's going into the EXP.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult one, but as of now, it feels like RSG MY, they can play whoever they want. And, you know, this Joy, whoever's going to be playing on this Joy, is going to have an amazing time because in terms of catch potential coming from Team Hawk, besides Iris, who's most likely going to be playing that on the XP... Wait, is that... No, that's actually a Roam Edith, right? Yeah,
yep,
it is going to Roam Edith, so... It's going to be up to Noir to try and punish that, but even then, like you said as well, there's so many targets that he needs to control. In this case, is it going to be Irithel? Is it going to be the Grok? But guess what? They bring in the Cho as well, coming from RSG MY. So that means, well, we are going to see a lot of mobilities coming from RGMY.
I mean, this is a hard dive coming in from RSGMY, right? If they get into that backline and Panda does not have his BMI, he's in so much trouble here. A slightly adjusted playstyle coming in from RSGMY, where now it's not about just holding that front line, playing the traditional front to front. They've got so much dive capability. So again, whoever makes a mistake in lane is going to get punished.
Yep, in this case, from the side of Team Hawk, they're going all in right here, right now, with this Edith Roam here. If they can play around this Edith Roam and catch potential, they are going to be able to slow down RSGMY's progression. However, RSGMY, they do have a very, very strong, decent composition, but you can hear the fans. They're cheering on Team Hawk. They really, really want Iris to get his redemption arc. It is going to be time because we are jumping straight into game, and this is going to be game 2 for Team Hawk versus RSGMY.
All right, I'm pumped for this. After Team Hawk dropping game number 1, the fans are giving them the energy to power through game number 2 and secure this win. Let's kick things off as we jump right into the game with Iris trying to proxy. He's probably gonna die for this.
Oh my goodness, Iris. I don't know what he's trying to do, man. He's gonna clear the winners before he dies. Yep, he manages to get it, but that is gonna be first blood for Rippo. Feels bad moments. Like, Team Hawk was just pumping his way through and, you know, he's just died. And, ouch.
I don't know.
That feels like a party pooper wet blanket in your face, man.
Worst of all, it was a very rookie mistake. Why would you do it on Lapu Lapu of all things? I guess he didn't want to interact, but I think we're about to see another kill.
Oh my goodness, Storm, he's gotta get out, but Gary's gonna slice his way through, but he's 1 HP! Storm! He survives, but no, it's gonna be Yura that flickers forward to kill his mom, and now Noir. He's gonna try and buy time for Izanami, but they are just level 2. They don't have the tools. In this case, it's going to be the disengage.
It's so weird. What a weird start to the game. Again, RSGMY also getting a little like, you know, after that kill, Storm was like, all right, let's get a little disrespectful. Let's try and outplay this situation. Ends up, at the very least, he didn't bother to flicker to save his life. He knows he's dead. He's not trying to hide it or anything. He knows at the very least that even if he gets through all of them, that Yura is probably going to snipe him, and that is probably what he wanted to flicker. But keep in mind, the very first turtle actually is quite important for RSGMY because when they get that power spike and that momentum going from them, they can start playing towards the opposite side of the map, Rippo's side in particular, to allow Lolios the time and space that he needs to actually scale, because it will take some time. His items are very expensive.
Agreed, but as of yet, RG, you know, they're trying to get a little more levels for both Storm and Izanami. They're very close to that level 4, but guess what? Yura gets in first. They get the vision to try and scout this out, but it's going to be up to Team Hawk whether or not can they burst it down. Iris, like, from the back lines, they're going to make it a time as well. Demon Kite, he's going to burst it down! Gary steals the turtle, and Demon Kite gets out to safety, but Team Hawk, yoinks it away from RGMY.
Unlucky, but at least no casualties came out from it. I don't think Team Hawk can take that kind of damage this early on towards the game. And they do have a little bit of a goal lead, which is great to see, but can they transition it into something bigger? Right now, it's great to see that Gary is able to secure that very first turtle to slow down RSG MY and put their plan into action. With the mid lane shoved up, they need to hurt Loliels. Now, finally, we get to see what they opted to go for in the emblems.
Wow, only agility coming in from Yura. The rest is also just going for damage all the way through, and it kind of makes sense. It feels like Demon Kite is going to be extremely tanky in the later stage game, and you know, why just run away when he's going to catch up to you? Just try and burst him down and drop him low enough to threaten him to back off.
I mean, he used these exact same emblems in game number 1, so bringing it into game number 2, it feels like at least you don't have to set things up too hard. But keep in mind, at least for Panda, he's like playing respectfully. He's like, I'm taking tenacity. I am not going to try and bleed this out with Weapon Master. None of that nonsense. Don't worry about it. He's playing Claude, and a lot of his items don't actually give him a lot of stats to begin with.
Agreed. But at the same time now, you know, Iris is going to try and mirror Rippo's way through. He's almost a level ahead compared to Rippo, who's been struggling to kind of outmatch in terms of clear, right? Once you go all in as a Grok, you're not going to be able to sustain too much as compared to Iris. But look at this. Iris is going to be versus down with the bees here. Here comes the wall charge to catch him, and that's going to be his kill for RSG MY. They punish Iris with 20 seconds left on the turtle. And again, look at this Storm. Getting very, very trigger fingery in this situation. But I don't know, man. But at the same time, Panda, he gets out.
Sorry, I can't. I'm just imagining National Service in Singapore being like, you better not get trigger fingery as we jump into this next fight.
But no, he's taking a little bit too much damage. He needs to get out. He couldn't even pop his ultimate away, and Iris will back off with 10 HP. But RGMI, they made the right call. Jump on the hero before we jump on the turtle. In this case, Gary is in position to try and steal this. He doesn't have a purple buff, but he's getting poked away by both Storm and Izanami. And looks like he might actually die here. He forces a flicker from Izanami, but can he get out? He can. Jiguno comes in. Wall charge misses by a second. So that's going to be Team Hawk losing the turtle, but they do bait out major spells from RGMY.
Now you're seeing the big differences of Team Hawk game number 1 compared to game number 2. With Lancelot, well, if we compare it to RSGMY's game number 1, the Lancelot didn't need to be the first initiator, didn't need to kind of push the momentum. Everybody else can kind of do it in their own way. Team Hawk on the opposite side, Iris is the only one who can really jump on it. Noir, even then, he has to wait for the follow-up. So Gary needs to bait out as many spells as possible and then get the re-engage from the rest of his team.
Noir, now he's gonna get caught out. He could not even start the fight. The Wave Dragon comes in, but they burst in down so quick that Team Hawk just doesn't have any tools to retaliate. And this is what we're talking about Team Hawk's draft. Who has CCs? Who has stuns? Besides Noir, no one else can actually stop the aggression coming from RGMI. And look at this. Rippo is going to try and give information for Gary, but again, RGMI is always trying to play around turtle control.
Yep, I think that for RSGMI, they just need to take their time. Eventually, they're going to win this game. I think they even recognize that. It's like, yeah, you can scale as hard as you want. I don't think Panda, considering his performance in game number 1, wasn't that great. Again, oh, lane punish?
Oh no, Iris is under tier 1, but Rippo, he still has the damage, but Iris forced to recall back as we had Storm. Now, looking for the catcher Panda. Can he get out? He's in. No, he will not. That's going to be Storm that steals the kill away from Lolios. But again, RSGMI, they're just rolling over Team Hawk again.
And what did I say? I mean, at the start of this game, I said if anybody makes a mistake in lane, it's going to get punished with a dive. Every single time we see a mistake coming up from one of the side laners, whether it be Iris or even Panda, you can immediately see everybody setting up for this dive. Oh, wait a minute.
Boy, Lolios, he actually gets out. Noir, beautiful catch, but they have to back out. But RSGMY from behind, Rippo, they catch 3, and now they are going to try and finish ball, but the conceal from Noir keeps them alive, but it's not good enough. Izanami versus him down, but Demon Kite, he wants to extend this, and look at them go. Storm gets a kick as well. They fight Yura, they fight Panda, and that's gonna be Team Hawk losing too. Meanwhile, Iris is gonna try and trade off the middle turret. He gets the job done, but the damage is just so much coming in from RSGMY, and they might be able to get even more unless Gary Is he gonna make a play? No, I don't think he can.
No,
I don't think he can.
No, he definitely can't. Not right now. Not especially with Izanami and Demon Kite so nearby Loliels. It's just not worth the risk. And more importantly, we were looking at the items. He's already got the Haas Claw and just recently purchased the Berserker's Fury. Ooh, Rippo nearly getting the engage off, forcing Iris to flicker out of there. That's going to be huge for this upcoming turtle fight. Now Iris can't just flicker stun on top of Loliels.
Yeah, look at Iris' item as well. It's got Bloodless Axe as well as the hammer here. Do a little bit more damage, but they need the perfect edge. Noir now, he uses skill. He's gonna get kicked back. Here comes the collapse. He's tanking his way through, but nope, chain CC. He's just gonna die. Demon Kite, he sidesteps his way through. Gary steals the turtle away, but they lose Noir. But at the same time, RGMY, they want to go for more. Loliel's in position still. He doesn't have his sprint though, so he's not gonna go to force the fight. Demon Kite, ooh, so much damage on this roar.
Yep, I think for a regular player, they would have 100% dived that. But Demon Kai, he recognizes that the tower actually does a lot of damage, and if Iris decides to turn on top of him with the Justice Blades, or maybe even tries to outplay with the dash, he probably would have died there. At the very least, he has no way to actually guarantee the resets on his dashes other than his one target onto Iris. So it would have been very risky. Panda playing an even riskier game.
Oh no, Noir, he missed his combo. Storm outplays his way through, but they get the ultimate available. Gary is going to be able to finish him off, but Izanami is getting chipped away with a Blazing Duet, but double kill from Gary is going to be good enough to chip them away, and this is huge for Team Hawk. Two players on the sidelines, and Rippo wall charge out of there. Meanwhile, Iris, does he want to try and fight this here? XP versus XP, but now looks like Team Hawk fights an opportunity, but what? Huh?
He wanted it.
What?
He wanted it bad. He was like, boys, I'm about to make the play of the century. Flickers, and Demon Kite responds way too quick, so he isn't able to get the dash and knock up. So well done. Good reaction time coming in for Demon Kite. I like the idea coming in from Noir, but it was very ambitious.
It's crazy how Noir is doing this here, but at the same time, Storm is going to down low HP. They force Loliel's coming in. He does have the sprint still. Noir is getting chipped away, but Izanami with a stolen Blazing Duet. Not going to do too much, but Demon Kite with the Blade Space, he fights Panda! He's going to kill him off, and he's dead!
What did I tell you? They were all going to die there if they kept on pushing forward. The counter engages. I mean, Team Hawk fails to recognize that RSG MY wants to fight when you are past your turret line. As soon as you get past your turret line, there's so many more angles to play around. Wow, Rippo actually decided to charge for that.
Rippo is just so much damage. It's crazy to think that, you know, this is a Grok. He's just right in your face. Oh, wait, it's a tank. You know, I'm just a tank. I'm pretty roamy. But guess what? He's just threatening everyone from Team Hawk. One wrong move, boom. Big boy damage with the wall charge.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing a phenomenal job on this Grok. I mean, 3-0-2, hasn't died so far, has been finding some really good ways to isolate his targets and slow people down.
Oh boy, the kick again. Noir just cannot do anything. Panda drops the Blazing Duet. They find Loliel's. That's huge for Team Hawk. And now RSG MY. They want to try and retaliate here. Demon Kite is going to be showing space, but the tier 1 still stands in the middle lane. Can't really do too much. So he's going to be able to back. He's forced to back out, actually.
Beautifully played coming in from Team Hawk. Just a casual bait and switch. They sent Noir in. They made sure that they actually put a lot of attention to the right side of the map before we see Gary utilizing the wave to close the distance onto Loliel's. He's got to be really careful here because, again, Gary, he's got a lot of damage and he's going for killing spree.
Oh no, he needs to be a little bit more careful here. 20% left. They want to collapse on this. Beast comes in. Do they steal it? Demon Kite joins in the wave, but the back lines. Look at this. Gary is going to try and cut him off, but Izanami jumps into the pit, finishes him off. Panda forced to use the Blazing Duet defensively to kill him off, and that gets RSG MY out of safety.
Yep, they managed to get out, but that Lord still falls into the hands of RSG MY. Izanami won't be able to participate in the upcoming...
No, Rippo. The wrong time, wrong place. No wall charge. He is gonna give away a free B. But at the same time, Gary as well as Yura, Divine Glaive and Endless Battle right now.
As harsh as I want to be on Rippo for actually walking out and ruining his perfect KDA like that, I can understand why you feel like a juggernaut on this Grok. With the power of nature, sitting close to those walls to make sure you have anti-CC, you feel invincible until it runs out and then you realize, oh, this might be a mistake.
I know, right? But in this case, he's got the Blade of Destiny as well as the Blade of Despair. So that's a decent amount of physical defense. But when it comes to magic, Yura and Noir has those damage to chip away at his health. And interesting enough, Noir, he hasn't been able to take advantage of his Primal Waraf to actually deal the magic damage. And that's the only reason why Team Hawk has been losing out in all these fights. And this is a big problem. But eventually, here comes the play. Storm. Oh no! He almost got the kick, and he's gonna get counterplayed with that as well. Noir finally gets his revenge. He gets the kill, and this is gonna be buying a little bit more time for Team Hawk to defend again.
I mean, I don't think RSG MY was going to get too much off of this anyways, but I think that's going to make sure that they don't get anything else anymore. So that aggression coming in from RSG MY has been shut down entirely, and the score has really started to even up with only about 1.9k difference between the two, eventually turning into 2k. But look at Team Hawk, they do this all the time. They play on their strong side of the map where they have vision, and if RSG MY decide to trespass in their borders, it's a lot of problems. But again, fundamentals are strong. With good wave management, it forces Gary to actually move out of place, who is by far the only threat other than Panda to jump onto Loliel's.
Yeah, this is crazy, right? Like, I was expecting Loliel's to be able to, you know, kind of pop off as an irritail, considering that this is his current meta. It's all about movement speed, taking advantage of DGS, etc. But he hasn't been able to find those opportunities. And as of yet, it feels like Team Hawk, they understand that, hey, if we take him out right from the equation, no one else hits hard. Rippo is going to be like a one-shot burst, if it makes sense.
No, that's true, but I don't blame Loliel's for it. It's not up to
nope,
Stoa.
you know, we're out of here.
Stoa. I look at Loliel's. Look at Loliel's. He's literally like zero reaction to that.
Oh no, he needs to back out. He can't even do too much, and they will lose Stone because of this. And Loliel's is like, you know what? I finally get a little bit more help, but the minion, Yura, just stole it away again. Oh.
I mean, that's not the worst part. I felt like that was just instant karma for Storm not taking it to the face. Storm was like, yeah, I'm just going to move out of the way. Lolios loses 60% of his HP. He's like, bro, what the heck, man? Come on, what's with this anti-synergy?
I don't know how this is possible, but Rippo now, he's gonna get caught out. Wall charge comes in, and Gary comes from the side. He's gonna try to chip away. One normal attack is gonna be good. Lolios is finally showed himself with the crossbow attacks. He catches 4-man with the rebuff, but can he finish for Yura? No, he cannot. But Panda, he gets countered out by Demon Kai. Demon Kai picks him apart, and somehow RSGMI, they get Iris as well. And now Team Hawk, they have to back off while RSG will be focusing on this Lord.
He's got to be real careful here. Lamar, he's got no backup.
Oh my goodness, Storm! He found Yura! That's gonna be a kill for Loliel's. RSGMY, they found the opportunity, and now Noir, what can he do? Gary is here. There's 4 men right in front of him here, 10% left. Is he gonna make the attempt? The Lord is gonna be close. No, he doesn't even want to try it. But RSGMY, they secure the Lord.
No attempts made, and I think Team Hawk made the right decision here with the man, again, a significant man disadvantage. RSGMY pretty much had it for free. They just needed to make sure that they don't chain those punctures from Gary in towards that Lord Pit side, and that's why you can see that RSGMY are leaving very large gaps on purpose to maybe force Gary to utilize his ultimate to try to get into the pit, and even then, they could collapse on top of him to make sure that he doesn't get back out.
Agreed. You know, it all comes down to finding like the puncture angles as well, right? And that was very difficult, because if RSGMY, the clump up is 4, it is a straight line for him, but you know, just backing out, limiting it away from Gary is gonna help him a little bit more. But right now, the big threat here from the side Team Hawk is gotta be Panda, and it's gotta be Gary. And if they take down Panda from the equation, well, they lose all their damage, I guess.
Well, I mean, they still have Gary as well as Yura, but Yura is very much just like skill shot burst, and the same goes for Gary. He can kind of stall things out for a while, but without consistent damage, it's a bit of an issue, right? I think as of right now, it's tough to get on top of people like Demon Kai, and I think Demon Kai can basically do whatever he wants to. We discussed this in the draft. He's playing Joy. Nobody can really catch it right now. But Loliel's, on the other hand, is very susceptible, and the same goes for Izanami, so it really depends who makes that first mistake.
Agreed. Now with the Lord collapsing on the tier 3, it is gonna fall. Iris trying to cut the back lines, but you know, it's just not the right timing here. Storm as well, looking for the angle, but Panda will be able to chip away towards the Lord Pit here. But interesting enough, Yura got an Ice Queen 1 on this Novaria, so we are not gonna look at those one-shot bursts. He is gonna try and utilize for the team here. But here comes the concealed play. Gary, he's gonna try and bait our reactions, but RSG says, you know what? it's not the right timing yet. It's not the right timing.
RSG MY don't want to repeat the same mistake that they did in game number 1. They disrespected the space to try and get inhibitors. They got punished for it, and that pulls Team Hawk back into the game. It's already 17 minutes in. Both sides don't have much of a lead. Like, they lost EXP in this particular case. A majority of them have already hit max level, so it's obviously going to be negative. But in terms of tower damage, 16,000, getting 1 inhibitor, that's good enough. And this is only going to be the second Lord of the game. We're not even into the third one just yet.
Yeah, this is tough. This is really, really difficult as well. And considering how well Storm and Rippo has been playing this game, it's just finding the right places to zone Team Hawk off. Team Hawk, they definitely need to overcome this big obstacle, and currently it's very, very difficult to do so. But Iris as well, he hasn't had a great line against Rippo at all this entire game.
I think that Iris can't really do much about it, right? Everybody that he wants to catch has some form of mobility, some kind of dash. I think Loliel's, even with just his raw movement speed alone, isn't too worried about Iris trying to flicker on top of him, because half the time he can just walk out of the way. Ooh, technical pause being called here. Little unfortunate as we're about to get into the good part of the game.
Yeah, it is indeed one as well, because this is going to be a very, very important one from both sides, but it feels like Team Hawk, they cannot afford to make one mistake at all. It all comes down to finding the right targets and shutting them down. Team Hawk's objective is going to be killing off Iris as well as stopping Demon Kai from getting into his jungle, which, like you said, very, very difficult to do so, whereas RSG is a little bit more flexible. Panda dies, they lose all damage.
Well, I mean, they're not going to lose absolutely all their damage. The Izanami is still very relevant in this game. It's just that...
No, I'm talking about Team Hawk.
Ah, for the side of Team Hawk. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? I feel like if they get rid of Loliel's is a lot more manageable in comparison to the Valentina. Valentina is probably going to engage and get herself killed, but that's the thing, right? We've seen that the Primal Wrath has been more effectively utilized by Izanami than it has been for Noir in these past couple of minutes, and that's why we're in this position, right? But let's not forget, it's all about the high ground defense at the end of the day, right? Because Team Hawk, they aren't losing too much, and RSG has been failing to really close the game as quick as they can. It's already boiled down to 17 minutes. The gold lead hardly matters other than juggling items, and despite having 5 kills ahead of Team Hawk, if they don't get this Lord, they cannot close out the game.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the thing about like RSG as well as Team Hawk. Like Team Hawk, the later the game goes by, they are going to be able to actually find opportunities. But that's the thing. The longer it drags on by, especially if you don't have space, you are going to make a little bit more mistakes. Whereas RSG, they can afford to make 1 or 2 mistakes based on their drafts. And that's something that, you know, based on the drafts as well, RSG is just having those mobility leeways to choose their fights however they want, if you think about it.
I mean, it's the margin of error, right? It's so much harder for RSG to actually make that mistake compared to Team Hawk. And I think that Team Hawk, it's tough only because they have to utilize a battle spell on top of everything else to secure the kills. Like, I don't see a way that Iris is going to get on top of Loliel's unless Loliel's is blind in one eye and Iris utilizes his flicker to close the distance. The movement speed is way too much to deal with. The damage coming in from Lolios is more than enough, and even the Raging Slash isn't guaranteed to kill.
Oh boy, Gary, he needs to get out. Great kick dodge coming in from Panda. He's going to be able to get out here from Gary, but at the same time, RG, they force out the sprint up on Lolios. That means that's going to be a little bit of a less damage with those heavy crossbows. So they are going to wait out on Lolios' ultimate here, but for now, Team Hawk, they are just going to be on a stalemate. Again, resets here. RG, they just don't want to pick this fight, so I guess it's all about Yura opening up the map with those pokes for now.
I think that RSG MY, they need to manage their waves. They need to really threaten the side waves, as a matter of fact, utilizing Rippo better. Because again, the kick!
Oh my goodness, they found Gary. He needs to get out as well. The Dawn Rose keeps him alive, but can he get out? No, Panda with the blazing duet chips off Rippo, but it is going to be Demon Kai to go to the back lines and find Yura. Iris will fall by Lolios as well. Team Ha, they lose 3 just like that, and RSG MY playing an absolute monstrous game, and Demon Kai just unkillable right now. Monsters or players? Players first, then tower. RSG MY, they are gonna try and go for the collapse here. And now the inhibitor falls and Noir needs to get out, but the minions are coming in. And look at this, blazing duet from Izanami. Not gonna be needed. And RSG MY, they finish him off. And you can hear the taunts as well. Rippo Do you doubt him or not?
Oh, you can hear him scream, "Yeah, Bob Bay, I'm the main lineup. I ain't no sub, brother." Iris, take it. He's like, "All right, I'll get you next time, brother. My matchups were tough. You banned out my heroes. You'll take this 2-0. Respect given to both sides. GG, well played to RSG." Yo, the Ultraman mask actually lights up. That's dope. That's so dope.
Oh boy, what a game coming in from RGMY, but Rippo just completely dumpstering them here. But you know what? All fun's the games. They're still friends. They've taunted each other online. But you know, after the game's finished, we know why he's the main roster for RSG. And that's why Rippo.
Yeah, because he's great at playing tank EXP laners, you know? Damage EXP laners may not be his thing, but give him a tank, he knows what to do. He controls space very well. And Team Hawk have to hit the drawing board once again. Well done to RSG MY. We're going to be throwing it over to our host, Rose, to have an interview with our winners.
3 mata penuh untuk RSG MY. Okay. Of course lah kan, kita punya highlight of the day ialah Rippo. Okay. Wow. Rippo.
Yes.
Tadi, masa I cakap, you know I tengah buat yang fist bump punya thing tu.
Ya.
Kenapa tak fist bump dengan Iris? Kenapa tengok je mata dia?
Sebab he's my rival and I don't want to fist bump him.
Okay, sekarang you dah menang. And you menang lawan Iris. Does this mean that Rippo is the better EXP laner?
Yes. Siapa suruh dia keluar RSG? Kan nak kalah. Sorry.
Oh, sorry
Sorry.
Okay. Since Rippo tengah panas lagi, tengah pedas lagi, bagi mic dekat Izanami kejap. Sini. Izanami, sini. Tadi, I kat belakang tu. Lepas tu kan, I nampak Arya datang. Arya datang duduk sebelah Team Hawk. Izanami, apa perasaan bila your girlfriend duduk dekat the opponent side?
Perasaan tu biasa je lah. Tapi sebenarnya dia cakap dengan saya, dia cakap dia mau taunting kalau Team Hawk menang. Tapi masalahnya Team Hawk kalah. Jadi...
So, siapa nak taunting dorang? Oh, Rippo lah, Rippo.
Okay. Iris ada buat statement.
Yes.
Dia kata dia nak bantai aku.
Yes, betul?
Tapi aku cakap pengalaman aku lagi banyak.
Yes.
Nampak? Terbukti guys. Pengalaman menang. Jangan kata-kata sahaja bos, buktikan. Sebelum ni dah lawan apa? Lawan 3 team kan? Alah, semua biasa-biasa je. Patutlah easy win sampai kita orang kalah. Defeat, shutdown.
Wow! Alright guys, kita punya King of Taunting is on fire. Tapi sebelum kita bagi dia taunt lagi, korang rasa siapa MVP? Okay, alright guys. Let's count together tau. 3, 2, 1. MVP kita ialah Rippo! Oh, wow. So, kenapa you terkejut?
Sebab dia yang carry. Tapi memang orang cakap, this is my match.
This is your match, yes.
I want to prove that someone not only talking, need to prove it.
Okay, so Rippo is saying he can talk the talk and walk the walk.
Yes.
Betul? Okay, before kita throw it back to the casters, since it's Rippo's time to shine, one last words for Iris and Team Hawk.
Untuk Iris, ini untuk kau. Everyone follow me. Rippo ban! Rippo ban! Wakanda forever!
Ni I ingatlah season tau guys. Flashback kan? Deja vu. Alright guys, once again a round of applause untuk RSG MY. 3 mata penuh hari ni. Round of applause everybody. Alright, thank you guys. So, let us throw it back to the casters untuk dapatkan tahu apa yang menjadi dalam 2 berbalas kosong clean sweep ni. Casters, silakan.
Woo! Our MVP of the match, the king of taunting himself. The MPL MY continues to mature, and the taunts just get hotter. At the age of 23, the man's 4-4-19 with a 57% match kill participation. And note, he's playing tanks on both.
Yeah, and you know, that's the thing, right? He's played really, really solid in his matchup as well. Game 1, he hadn't had a great game against Iris, but game 2, he proved himself to be the better one. Damage Grok, just super, super threatening from his side, and he was able to just completely shut down Iris as well as the rest of the team from the side of Team Ha. A very, very convincing game. But again, Rippo, statement said as well, the previous 3 teams that Team Ha has played, only a normal team. Very easy. Against them, easy 2-0 clap. Shut down, goodbye, good night.
I just like the fact that he was just shouting Rippo Ibabe the entire time. And they got an entire crowd to chant for him as well. But honestly, Rippo was playing a solid matchup throughout of it. And with that being said, let's hear the comms coming in from RSG MY in their mic check.
Stomach. You have stomach ache, no? Stomach ache.
I've been in toilet for 30 minutes, bro.
Okay.
More than 30 minutes.
Lancelot in bottom lane.
Yeah, no, Lancelot.
Nice one.
No!
My kick is 15 seconds, guys.
Okay, 15 seconds.
Tawlog!
All right, let's jump into the item build so far. A very energetic RSG MY, hot off their win. 20-minute games coming in, struggling to close it out with the high ground defense coming in from Team Hawk. But at the end of it all, it just takes one mistake to put him in the dirt.
I don't know what happened, but based on the opening of that mic check, I saw that matchmaking penalty. I think they were playing a game off screen or something like that, and it was forced to leave the game. I'm sorry that whoever it is against me playing offside, they will lose a member down because of it. But at the same time, I don't know, man. Competition is more important, man.
It was probably Storm. I mean, he was in the bathroom for 30 full minutes, so
fair enough.
I can only assume that he was the one that was a little AFK for the ping check. Inevitably, it came down to the draft. Nobody could really deal with this Joy, and all RSG MY had to do was pull Team Hawk's composition apart and look for those angles to punish, with Irithel waiting for the setup and Joy to kick things off if it wasn't for Cho and Grok. But in terms of the item builds, right, let's look at RSG's first. Demon Kai going for the traditional all damage, full magic damage. Joy, Valentina to follow it up, deciding to go for the Enchanted Talisman, and instead of going for a hyper-scaling Clock of Destinies later on, just to make sure that he has very relevant laning phase against someone like Yura, who continues to be rather annoying in the lane, making it very uninteractive for someone like Izanami. And that's why you see him like, oh, let's fight towards the turtle side. Let's start rotating and maybe look for a dive.
I think when it comes to Izanami, even though he has taken a little bit of break here, he came back, he still has a little bit of improvements that needs to be done, right? It's going to take time for him to kind of gel, but what really surprises me that even though he feels a little bit out of place, he's still trying his best to do what he can on his Valentina. And personally, I like how RSG MY is looking right now when Izanami is back and Storm on the roam position.
I think at least with Storm on the roam position, like, he's looking for some really, really nice angles here, but overall, just very disrespectful, right? Like the bad boys coming in from RSG MY, just making sure that they can get under the skin of Team Hawk. And unfortunately for game number 2, they were just completely outdrafted here. Not enough heroes for Iris to really get the job done, especially when you're dealing with someone like Grok. Unless Grok fully commits to the fight, which most of the time Groks won't, unless you're below like 60% of your HP, then can look for a full all-in. If he lands everything, Lapu Lapu just doesn't have a chance. Novaria this time not as effective from the side of Yura. He's hitting shots, don't get me wrong, but in terms of overall impact, like, yes, we give you the information, but what can you really do to capitalize on your opponents?
You know, it's very difficult considering that, you know, based on this draft itself, I'm surprised it got to where it actually went to. Personally, I feel like Team Hawk, they were struggling to actually deal with everyone for the back lines. Yeah, Grok is annoying, Lolios is there, but Demon Kite was one of the biggest threat from them. If you think about it, he's not died a single time, and he's been able to get away every single time when he dives the back lines. In this case, like you said as well, Yura cannot find those angles because Demon Kite is just always in the backlines, making sure that he doesn't feel comfortable at all. But based on the damage output here, Izanami 63k damage alongside with Demon Kite with 56k as well as 57 from Lodios.
You know, the craziest thing is the fact that in this 20-minute match, and from the previous match, we were seeing like 141,000 damage coming out from people like Cura and as well as like Panda as well. But now, it's a 20-minute long game, but the damage is basically 50% of the output than it was before. It was all about calculated fights and making sure you're fighting around the correct objectives in the correct situation. And in this case, it's choke points for the side of RSG MY. And if Team Hawk is able to split RSG MY enough, maybe they can find a window of opportunity for Gary to maybe jump on Lolios. And even then, it's a big ask.
Yep, that's the thing about this, right? Like, game one is all about all 5 men trying to chip away at one player. And you know, trying to figure out who kind of will break, right? In this game, it was very, very targeted, right? Whoever Storm catches, immediately they are going to get a one-shot from RGMY. Whereas from the side of Team Hawk, if Noir doesn't get the catch, well, there's nothing really much Team Hawk can do.
Yeah,
in this scenario.
I think in this scenario, Team Hawk needs to start to evolve, right? They can't just rely solely on their comfort picks and hope that that's going to be enough to get them through the day. They have to really start pushing their hero pool because RSGMY completely dominated them here in game number 2. And the only mistakes they made was because they were playing disrespectful. Whoa, is that the Viking clap going on in the back? Yup. Viking clap coming in from Team Hawk. As we pull up the gold graph, we can see how much that RSG just could not completely break them, but slowly and tactically having good coverage of the map to secure these neutrals, but not only that, these towers as well.
Yeah, RSG has been very, very on point in their objectives, right? They're always one step ahead against Team Hawk here. They always prioritize like, hey, when we play Turtle, we want this control here, so make sure that we make enough space for Demon Kai to kind of run around on the sides, and that's something that RSGMY is just able to do it compared to Team Hawk's composition, right? Game 1, I'm pretty sure the graph kind of looks very, very similar for like this, but Game 2, RSGMY is just a little bit better when it comes to, you know, finding the right targets. In this case, winning those turtle fights is very important for them.
Yeah, I mean, I told you right at the beginning of the draft, if somebody makes a mistake in the lane, RSG is going to look to dive you. And every single time that happens, they secure a tower off of it. Now, in terms of the gold lead, you would expect that RSG with a winning draft to have a bigger lead, but you gotta give credit where credit is due. And Gary was trying so very hard to save this game, making sure that he could try to staunch the bleeding, but it's just a little too much. You're only one man.
Yeah, and at the same time, seeing how all this goes here, I feel like when it comes down to execution, RSG just had a better clear cut, you know? Whereas Team Hawk, they're trying to find mistakes in the midst of chaos. It feels like RSGMY just looks, you know, discipline and experience is what won them the game, whereas from Team Hawk, this was a little bit questionable for Game 2. I'm not sure what happened. It might be a little bit tilt or whatever, but to open things off with Iris losing his life right from the get-go feels a little bit demoralizing.
I think Iris, in this case, the only logical explanation is that Iris was probably expecting RSG MY to go with a double, with a fast 2 opening with a mid laner as well as the EXP, thinking that maybe they've already walked past through that mid lane, and that's why Noir was actually walking around the river to double check in case somebody had actually done so, but no, doesn't find anything, gets punished for it.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, look at this. This is just, you know, like one of the mistakes that RSGMY kind of made, right? But here, later on, you can see Team Hawk every single time they try to go to the backlines, they eventually were forced in a situation where RSGMY is just kiting them all the way through. And if they make a mistake from Storm, they immediately try to capitalize it, but I feel like it's just very difficult to do so if RSGMY doesn't find the right targets.
I think that RSGMY, as disrespectful in their own playstyle as they are, they gotta be really careful because there are teams out there that will take full advantage of things like this, right? Again, individual mistakes is why Team Hawk was able to kind of hold on for so long in this match.
Yeah, but that pretty much concludes the match here, the opening match here in Week 3, day number 1. But with that standings coming in here, RSGMY takes the 3-0, will be on 4th place still. But from the side of Team Hawk, they will remain on top 3 still as well. So the points are still going to be neck and neck and close, but over time, if RSG MY keeps up with this consistency, they might be able to topple down Team Hawk.
Well, we'll see, but it looks like Team Hawk, at the very least, their perfect match win percentage record has been absolutely ruined, and now RSG MY might be in contention by the end of this week to maybe even take first place, assuming things go well for them, and worse for Selangor Red Giants. On the opposite end of the standings, right? Todak still at 5 with Homeboys at 6. In terms of points, it's pretty close. Anybody with a 2-0 could shoot up the standings and take over and overlap some of the teams here.
Agreed. But at the same time as well, you know, we're talking about undefeated right now. SMG and Selangor Red Giants has never lost a single game yet. So by points difference, obviously, Selangor Red Giants is going to be on top because they played 4 matches. SMG only played 3 matches thus far. So that's going to be the top 2 teams that we are going to be eyeing for by the end of regular season. Whereas Todak, this is something that I did not expect to see, especially when they're all the way in the bottom. And we talked about historical meta. Lower bracket meta has never suited them at all.
Buddy, is this your first time at the MPL MY? This is typical Todak if you're asking me. They
Fair
always
enough.
start off really slow. I think that like the only times where we've seen perfect win rates coming in from Todak was like 1 season. And even then, right, it's very clear that everybody else was in a rebuilding period. Now that Todak, they're not fielding their main lineup anymore. They themselves are rebuilding. I think it's not bad. They're not at the bottom of the standings. They're still in contention to actually jump back up to contest for the top 4 spots.
Agreed. But that's the thing, right? When it comes to that, there's just so much thing to talk about. But we gotta save that match for another day. Let's talk about this next upcoming match that's gonna be coming here. It's gonna be Team Secret as well as Team Lunatix. Battle off the bottom. We've seen a lot of growth coming from Team Secret. Personally, I'm a big fan. I was screaming my lungs out with LaFell last week when Secret finally won a single game.
Yeah.
I was just not that happy that they actually lost the whole series.
Hey, at least they got a mic check, you know? We might actually get to see another mic check here because, again, reformation from both sides. We're seeing that Team Secret, you know, beefing up their lineup. Same goes for Lunatix to get their players who are playing off their roles back into their main role. So exciting stuff up ahead.
Yep, definitely here. Both these teams have a lot of proving ground. They want to get out of the relegation, need to make it towards the playoffs because it's all or nothing, especially when this is going to be the spot for you to make it all the way towards M5. And interesting enough, there is 2 slots now. 1 slot for the M5 one and 1 for the wild card. So top 2 is going to be very, very important by the end of this entire journey for Season 12.
Yeah, absolutely. And worst yet, I don't think wildcards is going to be as easy as it looks. With some, I don't know, I have an eye on a couple of representatives from IESF who played well for the upcoming wildcards. But with that being said, that concludes our very first match of today. We got one more match, so make sure you stick around right after this break. We'll see you then.
to Mobile Legends! Ini Malaysia lah.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to RSG.
RSG. Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to RSG.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Ini Malaysia lah! You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends! Ini Malaysia lah!
Mega kill!
slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. You have slain an ally. Monster kill. Legendary. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack. Double kill. Triple kill. Legendary.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been first blood. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Killing
kepada The Hot Link Meet and Greet. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, and of course, a lucky fan daripada RSG MY. Hello.
Hai
Apa
guys.
nama?
Nama saya Bob. Boleh panggil Bobby ataupun Bob.
Okay, so Bob, hari ni you datang sokong RSG sama August ada. You
Yes.
pakai baju. Tapi siapa favourite player awak?
Favorite player saya Rippo.
Rippo. Kenapa Rippo?
Sebab Rippo antara best ESP laner kat Malaysia ni lah. Dia orang punya apa? Orang kata dia punya mekanik semua tinggi lah.
Alright, since you suka Rippo, I bawa you jumpa Rippo. Okay, jom. Hi. Hello. It's me again. Okay, so hari ni I ada bawa fan. So nama dia Bob. This is Rippo. Okay, cakap hi dulu.
Hai.
Alright. So, tadi dia cakap actually dia nak tanya Rippo something.
Okay, Rippo. Saya nak tanya beberapa soalan lah. Menangkan first week itu, statement Iris dah kata nak bantai lah Rippo, nanti nak tunjukkan siapa lebih hebat kan? Iris kan? Okay, apa pendapat Rippo tentang tu?
Dia kata dia nak bantai, dia memang bantai. Tapi just kata-kata je tak boleh lah, kena buktikan lah. Sebab tu match tadi terbukti siapa yang kena bantai.
Okay, memang terbukti tadi siapa yang dibantai. Lepas tu soalan yang kedua, sekarang ni saya nak tanya. Match dah kalahkan Iris. Rippo rasa siapa 3 ESP laner terbaik dekat MPL MY ni?
Ada. 1 Rippo, 2 Rippo, 3 Rippo.
Mantap. Mantap. That's the confidence we need. Alright, Rippo, bagi dia something dulu.
Okay, ini aku dekat.
Wah. Saya pun ada juga ni, Rippo.
Baca Rippo.
Iris buat apa tadi?
Tunjuk kat kamera.
What are you doing, man, Iris? Iris!
Alright guys, itu je untuk Hot Link Meet and Greet kita. Jangan lupa join fan club of RSG MY. I will see you guys on the next one. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Mobile Legend. An enemy has been slain. Triple kill. Killing spree. Mega kill victory.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to RSG.
RSG. Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to RSG.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain.
bersama di Hot Link Meet and Greet. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose and of course a lucky fan daripada RSG MY. Hello.
Hai
Apa
guys.
nama?
Nama saya Bob. Boleh panggil Bobby ataupun Bob.
Okay, so Bob, hari ni you datang sokong RSG sama obvious sangat you
Yes.
pakai baju. Tapi siapa favourite player awak?
Favorite player saya Rippo.
Rippo. Kenapa
Yes.
Rippo?
Sebab Rippo antara best ESP laner kat Malaysia ni lah. Dia orang punya apa? Orang kata dia punya mekanik semua tinggi lah.
Alright, since you suka Rippo, I bawa you jumpa Rippo. Okay, jom. Hi. Hello. It's me again. Okay, so hari ni I ada bawa fan. So nama dia Bob. This is Rippo. Okay, cakap hi dulu.
Hai.
Alright. So, tadi dia cakap actually dia nak tanya Rippo something.
Okey, Rippo. Saya nak tanya beberapa soalan lah. Menangkan first week itu, statement Iris dah kata nak bantai lah Rippo, nanti nak tunjukkan siapa lebih hebat kan? Iris. Iris kan? Okey, apa pendapat Rippo tentang tu?
Dia kata dia nak bantai. Dia memang bantai. Tapi just kata-kata je tak boleh lah. Kena buktikan lah. Sebab tu match tadi terbukti. Siapa yang kena bantai.
Okey, memang terbukti tadi siapa yang dibantai. Lepas tu soalan yang kedua, sekarang ni saya nak tanya. Match dah kalahkan Iris. Rippo.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning fast gaming experience with Hotlink all new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Play like a pro with ROG Phone 7. The Republic of Gamers is the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12, minggu ketiga hari pertama. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan kita sekarang dah ada dekat match terakhir kita untuk hari ini. Manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan Team Secret yang akan menentang pasukan Lunatix. So, I rasa match ni akan jadi match yang sangat-sangat crucial sebab pasukan yang akan dapat 3 mata penuh boleh keluarkan, daripada the danger zone dekat leaderboard kita orang. Dua-dua pasukan masih lagi tengah cari kemenangan pertama dorang, tapi kita kena ingat Team Secret dah ada 1 mata sekarang, manakala Team Lunatix tak ada langsung. So, I tengah rasa this game will be intense for both matches. Lagipun kita ada transfer window players. Lunatix ambil Hito dan coach baru, manakala Team Secret pun ada mid laners baru. So guys, I rasa semua orang dah ready. Betul tak? Betul? Alright, and with that, mari kita jemput Team Secret ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Berjaya memperoleh mata pertama mereka musim ini, mereka membawa masuk pemain baru, Mat Dinz dan Maima, untuk memperkuatkan bahagian tengah pasukan. Mampukah Team Secret mencabar pasukan-pasukan yang sedang mendominasi? We shall see what Team Secret has. And the walls of MPL Malaysia, Team Lunatix. Tidak pernah kenal erti putus asa. Pasukan Serigala menambah baik pasukan dengan membawa masuk Hito dan Coach Miracle untuk melakukan perubahan. Kemenangan pertama menjadi misi utama untuk hari ini. Bolehkah Serigala memberi kejutan? Sama-sama kita saksikan. Marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita. Barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Okay guys, so honestly, saya rasa Team Lunatix kali ni ada flavor baru sebab Hito baru masuk lineup dorang. So meaning to say, Hito akan main gold lane balik. Tapi Team Secret pula, dorang ada Maima untuk mid lane dorang. So confirm dorang punya roles akan jadi different sikit untuk match ni. So, I nak tanya dulu. Walaupun korang tak full house hari ni, okay, sekarang. Tapi, I want to ask. Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Nampak, Poji pun semangat. Alright guys, so I think kita dah boleh mulakan match ni. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Welcome back, everybody. Our second match of the day to kick things off and to finalize our Friday. Me getting cute as well as Icy Baby 1-2 is going to be taking care of you guys because it's the battle of the bottom two teams. They need to get some points to get themselves out of relegation. So are you with the Lunatix or are you with Team Secret? Both who have taken advantage of the transfer window.
To be honest, I'm a big fan of Team Secret now. Even though they've only won one game, but seeing how they've kind of improved and grown after the past 2 weeks and games after games, personally, I want to see Secret finally do it. 23 games lose streak, finally broken one time. You know what? It's about time. First ever win series.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, and I think this is one of the few games that they have to take full advantage of, right? If they can do all this, that's a lot of points to actually get you into that position. And based on what I've heard, Matt and Max are going back into their, well, at least for Matt, he's going back into his original position. Max as well, it's looking good. He's going into the jungle, and I guarantee you he's going up there with 100% confidence. Maybe because he doesn't have to deal with dandruff, or it's thanks to Head and Shoulders.
You know, thank you so much, Head and Shoulders, for actually sponsoring the event as well. And guess what? You know, the Head and Shoulders is also the reason why our hairs look on fleek all the time, right? Like, you know, healthcare is very, very important. Hair care is extremely important in this kind of situation.
Oh, yeah.
Dandruffs completely destroys your hair, and it's very difficult to style up your hair without hair in general.
I mean, more so, I don't want our makeup artists and our hairstylists who actually deal with our hair to actually stick their fingers in a lot of dandruff. So, you know, for the safety of everybody, I make sure to keep it clean. But to also keep it clean, hopefully that you guys can predict who is going to be our MVP of these matches. So far, Rippo has already been selected for game number 1. For those of you who got it right, good for you. Let's see if we can get it 2 out of 2. So scan that QR code and figure it out. Out of these 10 players, who's going to come out as the MVP? Because I already have a rough idea of who it might be.
Ooh, I'm curious to see who it is. But at the same time here, remember, predict it before it's gone. And of course, every single match will select 5 random winners who correctly chose their MVP. So be sure to pay attention and figure out who is it going to be. But speaking of MVPs here, Secret as well as Lunatix now. We talked about adaptations coming into this roster. Team Secret brought in Maima coming in here. To be honest, one of the underrated heroes throughout this entire tournament. I'm curious to see how far can he go.
It could be a almost $1 million purchase here if we really think about it. But guys, you have a chance to actually earn up to 2 million diamonds. Ooh. That is a lifetime worth of diamonds. All you gotta do is join our TikTok campaign and you have a chance to share up to 2 million diamonds in that particular section. So make sure, go hop on to TikTok, go check it out and make sure you stand a chance, or at least throw in your lotto to potentially get picked up. Who knows? Even if you throw in one, you might be the one that's selected. I'm just saying, it's luck.
You know,
luck.
We were just talking about skins and diamonds behind the scene with your girlfriend Amy as well.
Yeah.
It was like, hey, you know what? How much diamonds do you need to get those collector skins, those legend skins? To be honest, I spent quite a lot, but 2 million, you can buy the entire inventory.
I think that's way too much of an inventory. It's going to be tough, but let's jump back into this matchup because let's have a look at the lineups that they're bringing up here today. Starting off with Team Secret, it's Mat Dinz, Max, Neo, Maima, and as well as Matt.
Now, Mat Dinz, this is something I'm curious to see how far can he actually progress in this game, because Mat Dinz was formerly known as Mat Dola, and he has been playing around in the the, I would say, the tier 3 scenes here, but he hasn't been able to option to come up towards tier 1. Hopefully, they have found their secret sauce, because secret, they have been struggling with their roamers as well as the mid lane mage here, and I'm really happy that Maima is going to be playing. But what's really interesting is that Max and Matt, well, Matt's going to be on gold lane, but Max has been finally diverted to his original role as a jungler.
That's true. I am a little sad that AIM has been replaced by Maima. A bit disappointing. I feel bad for his overall career, but against their opponents, the Lunatix, they can't hold back their punches. With Isho Ohana finding Hito, Yuna, Deto, and Ken.
Now, when it comes to Hito, it's we've seen him play multiple times. You know, he was the sub for Omega, now, and then previously he was the sub for Homeboys, and now he's back here for Team Lunatix. And I hope that he's able to actually bring Team Lunatix out of their gutter. And the question here is, considering that there's 2 gold laners, Hito as well as Hito, who's gonna be who this time?
I think it's most likely going to be Hito. I don't think he's going to go with anything else with that. But let's have a look at the head-to-head here and start comparing the stats so far, because right now, Team Secret, with one of their games actually being a huge winner, and if we look back at the matchup history, they've actually dropped a game in comparison to the LTX.
Yep, at the same time as well, obviously Team Lunatix has not won a single game thus far this entire season. Team Secret this time looking to secure their first win. This is the perfect time as well, and you can see the stats are going to be in favor of Team Secret a lot, even though they've lost all their series. But to be honest, in terms of matchup history, Lunatix beat Team Secret 1-0, but that was with Jom was in the roster.
Big boy Jom, again, really nasty laner overall, and the reformed LTX unfortunately can't seem to find that same sort of success that they had in Season 11, and you can tell by their stats overall, right? Game wins so far is 0 compared to 14%. It's not the greatest in the world, but at least we can take a couple of things into account. Number 1, it's going to be first tower rate with 43% compared to 25%.
Yep. And of course, when it comes to this matchup as well, it is going to be very, very important here. And what Team Secret? What are eating? Wait, AIM is still here?
Yep, he's just chilling. He's still down to check out his team, and more importantly, eat some Mr. Potato in the front row seats here at Dewan Sri Putra. And you can just look at Zico. He's just like, man, I got to be up here coaching my team, doing their drafts, and I'm not the one in the front lines here. Front lines, front stage, eating Mr. Potato. Bit disappointing.
Did I see that right? That was Amox, right?
That was Amox.
Huh. It's like here coming back to support his ex, and this is I don't know if he's supporting his ex or is he gonna be you know, cheering the I would say, you know, trying to figure out a strategy, you know.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, especially for the amount of pressure that LTX have with Danny at the helm to try and help the draft overall, and also, you know, coaching the team alongside them. It's not easy because LTX still are looking for a win, and they've gotten very close. A lot of points of times where they get closer and closer to closing out a game and then just getting stolen away from them.
To be honest, I'm kind of curious to see how you know, Team Lunatix is going to be starting this roster, right? Like, especially with Coach Danny here to help improve things. I don't really know how far they're going to be going here. We have seen Dado kind of play gold lane a lot of the time, but now, here's a little bit of fun fact for you guys. This is notable transfers that's happened in Week 3 thus far.
We've got Zyme Senpoi as the mid laner transferring over, going to Todak. Maima, as we see up on stage, as the mid laner. Hito as a gold laner for Lunatix. And Ruff going and joining as a gold laner for Todak. Rather surprising. And of course, Mat Dinz is the roamer for Team Secret. Rather surprising that Todak is deciding to bring in a mid laner as well as a gold laner.
You know, Todak has been known for like a 10-man roster kind of composition as well. They do like to experiment here and there. But considering that they've lost Moon here, there is going to be speculations on whether or not Todak is going to be able to be in tip-top performance. But that's a completely different story. Now, I'm curious to see whether or not Hito is going to be able to bring a lot of value for Team Lunatix, like how Jom was able to bring value when the previous season was played as well. Jom literally, you know, would I say be carried here? But to be honest, there were just so many moments he felt like he was carrying Lunatix at his back for the longest of time.
I mean, I cannot deny the truth in that. The Jom was a huge asset coming in from LTX, and now that Hito is going to take his place, hopefully we get to see a very similar performance. So let's jump into the draft and find out some more about the strategies that both teams are going to be utilizing. Team Secret going to kick things off on the blue side with a ban on Kadita and as well as Claude. Lunatix on the red side, they start things off by banning Yi.
Yeah, but now when it comes to the compositions here, I think Hito plays Farsa really well. Like I remember when he was playing with Team Secret, you know, and even in the previous weeks as well, they actually swapped the gold lane for him to play both Harif or occasionally swap the Farsa. And to be honest, not a big fan of it. It's extremely weird, but I guess it's not within out of his arsenal if you think about it.
I think what you were thinking about is not the Farsa, but instead it was the Lunox in the gold
Oh yeah,
lane
he actually brought the Lunox as well. Yeah.
So overall, I think now with both lineups, especially with the players in their comfortable roles, there is a higher expectations that this game should look cleaner and better with these dedicated roles. Hito, the following ban coming in for the side of Team Lunatix, pretty standard so far, and then we see the Fanny, finally, somebody getting rid of it.
Okay, I can see where it's coming from as well. But Lunatix here, they are playing a little bit safe here. They're going on the flex flow. They're respecting on how Neo has been playing really well in the past few weeks. His Paquito was very on point. And I really like how Neo was able to just drag out the game for Team Secret for both Matt and Max to find opportunities so far. But the question here is, what is Max's comfort jungle heroes? Because so far we haven't seen him kind of play in that jungle position in the past few weeks since their debut here in MPL.
Are you telling me that you're doubting Max, the man who went from MPL Indonesia as a standalone jungler, with or without his brother, by the way?
That was a different patch, a different time. I'm talking about the current patch right now.
I would have said Paquito, but it's already been banned out, and apparently Neo can play it just as good, if not better. I still believe that Max has so much to show now that he's back into his traditional role. His Ling has been ridiculous. And don't forget the brains and the brawn, despite playing competitively since MPL MY Season 7, Maima has recently graduated from a civil engineering degree from the University of Malaya. So now he's responsibility free. He can join as many pro games as he wants.
Well, that's what we call an absolute nerd. In this case, he's really smart, and hopefully he's going to be able to keep up with the current meta and trend. And we are talking about Maima. Maima has been the staple player where everyone kind of, you know, doesn't mind going to it, and he always finds a way to excel. However, whenever he's, you know, back into his roster, we've seen how he's capable, but he hasn't been able to win games for any teams thus far in the past few seasons as a stand-in.
Well, as a stand-in, I think he's by far one of the more consistent players.
Agreed.
And I think with consistency comes with other assets as well. I would imagine that Maima is very vocal. During his time with Geek Fam, during their mic checks, he is a very loud voice in a lot of those shows. Now, coming back to this, Team Secret going to be locking in the Fredrin first to start things off on the blue side.
So that's going to be Max playing Fredrin, or is it going to be Neo playing Fredrin? Well, technically,
it's a flex pick.
yeah, technically they have kind of flexed it before. Lunatix, they are going to double down on the Edith here. Pretty straightforward heroes. Beatrix as well. So this is something that I guess it is going to be in the comfort coming from finding Hito. Well, that's the thing, right? Lunatix was iconic with their Beatrix. It feels like he's got a big shoe to kind of step in to actually live up to the predecessor Jome.
True. I don't think Hito... We'll see whether Hito has come to a point where he's reaching that age where he starts to get washed up, but I think Beatrix is a very good mechanical hero to really show that he's got the fundamentals still, especially with the team lineup that has an Edith in. It's just a great combo starter, right? Let's jump over to Team Secret. They lock in the Valentina, very flexible overall, and we saw in game with the RSG game that stealing away that Primal Wrath is such a good way to kind of just kick things off in the fight.
Yeah, it gives you the additional shield as well as additional escapes to actually kind of set up for the team, right? So I guess where I can see where you're coming from, but now Martis here, it is going to be the Martis Fredrin matchup here. Cho coming from Team Secret. Wow. Okay, Mat Dinz playing Cho. I don't see Neo playing Cho. It's been a while since I've kind of seen him Cho on XP, but the question here is Mat Dinz capable of playing a Cho? I haven't seen enough games to actually tell.
Buddy, you haven't seen any of Mat Dinz games, to be fair.
Literally none.
I don't know where you're coming from with that one, but I think that Cho, overall, it could be utilized as a flex pick for supports as well as EXP laners. I wouldn't imagine that Zico is thinking, maybe we can go for like a triple flex pick and really keep them on their toes, considering that we already see the Martis. So I'm surprised that they wanted to go for this Cho in the first place.
Interesting. But Terizla ban coming from Team Lunatix doesn't really want Neo to actually play in here, any kind of counter engagements. Considering that Edith as well as Martis is kind of other heroes that they are going to be getting in your face, the penalty zone can kind of lock them in place. So I guess they don't really want to do with it. I feel like there's another good CC heroes on the XP lane here, but export, is Neo gonna play it? I feel like it's a good matchup though against an Edith.
I mean, at the end of the day, we don't know where it's going to go just yet, and that's why both sides just posturing at each other in the draft alone. We see that Lunatix, they ban out Benedetta, very good ban here, making sure that they can't just force priority in the EXP side. And you can see a little smile coming in from Zico. At least they know that Team Lunatix have done their homework.
That's a respect ban to Neo as well. Like if you think about it here, Benedetta, Hito are two very iconic heroes coming from Neo during his time here in MPL. He's been very capable of playing these heroes, but last season it wasn't really his meta, and even if he brought out Benedetta, it didn't exactly help up this much. But personally, I feel like Export is the perfect picking for him right now, and I like you said as well, Zico, he's got to be sliding here. It doesn't matter, like Neo can play both Frederick and Export. It comes down to whether or not what Max is going to be playing in jungle. Does he want to play a Frederick, or does he want to play like Assassins, Lancelot, etc.? Or maybe a Ling if they want to. And Ling is still kind of in the pool.
That's the thing. It is still open, and I think, you know, Team Secret could definitely go for it if they wanted to, and maybe do a couple of sacrifices here. I'm not going to lie. They still need a gold laner at the end of the day, and I don't think they're going to be like, you know what? Matt's going to show you a Cho gold lane, and I think that would just be too over the top for my personal preference, right? But I think I'm curious to know what the scrim results last week were looking like. I'm seeing a lot more glue than I would have liked.
That's the thing, right? Like, I don't really see it as a really major strength. Like, even the game just now where Iris kind of played it as well, yeah, he's extremely annoying, he's tanky. I'm surprised he's able to get away with it, but he didn't. It is still, like you said as well, procs for multiple heroes to kind of capitalize on. But Lunatix, they'll steal the export away, so that means Neo is going to be forced to play something else, probably the Fredrin, but they doubled out for the Bruno as well as the Lancelot, so that means it is going to be Neo playing on the Fredrin.
Yeah, they needed a strong side. They needed a strong side of the map, and they knew for a fact that EXP, no matter what else that they could have picked, it probably wouldn't have done as well as the export. Therefore, you pivot and you go straight and focus down on that gold lane. It's really impressive if this Bruno gets ahead. And overall, this can be considered very much a siege composition, right? Because at the end of the day, Lunatix, it's got to be an artillery mage here unless they get their hands on Kadita, which is already banned. So now you kind of don't have a choice. Farsa does well into Bruno at the very least, but then it gets stolen. But the ult is going to get stolen by Valentina, and it can be counterproductive. They could go for the Lilia, but she has a very small health pool, and there's a Cho.
Farsa is banned as well. Probably have to go for either Lunox or the Lilia, but no, Novaria is still in the pool. They were double. Okay, technically, you know, they have some spell damage coming from Edith, some spell damage coming from the Novaria, maybe Xbox to a certain degree, but not a big fan of it. But I guess you gotta, you know, do what you gotta do.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. It begs the question whether Lunatix have done their homework, but did they really need to ban out the Eve in these situations? Maybe they can open up things like, you know, the Kaja and even Franco up for grabs. But at the end of the day, I think it's a pretty interesting draft coming up for both of these teams. LTX has definitely done their homework, and Team Secret, hopefully they're looking on form today now that everybody is in their dedicated roles.
To be honest, I like the drafts a little bit more coming from Lunatix, but Team Secret, you know, the team that has been making improvements for so long, can they ever make their first ever victory in the series? Arguably the strongest roster Team Secret has ever brought out in this debut for week number 3. I'm extremely excited to see here, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn, because this is going to be game Team Secret between Team Lunatix, game number 1.
Let's see how this is going to play out. Both sides want to get out of the red zone. They don't want to be in a position where they get relegated. Isho and Hana, and as well as Mat Dinz, going to be mirroring each other. This mid lane is going to be so very important for both of these teams, right? It determines whether they have side lane pressure, and knowing that Lunatix actually has a forcibly, they can forcibly push that bottom side to actually join in for upcoming fights is a great idea. But Bruno, if Bruno gets ahead by even 1 kill, it's done for the gold lane.
Oh, this is interesting coming from both Hito as well as Hito. They both actually opted to go for Weapon Master to actually, get a little bit more value damage. So I guess they are playing towards that direction, towards a late game oriented playstyle, I guess.
Yeah, no, for sure. They need to scale. And I think it's way more beneficial for Beatrix to actually go for it. And especially when you compare it to something like Bargain Hunter, where you get like a slight discount, but you're not getting the extra stats. Having Weapon Master, and even though it only gives you that small 5%, when it stacks up with the other items, it just gets bigger and bigger.
Wait, did Hito actually yoinked it? Yeah, he actually yoinked the gold crab here from afar. Feels bad for Team Secret, but at the same time, that's going to give a little bit more value for Hito to kind of scale it towards the first engage. But nope, here comes engagement as well. Maima is going to be trapped as well, but Yuna with the decimation over the wall. Maima feels bad for him.
Great call coming in from Esho Ohana. He saw that Yuna was nearby and getting ready to jump in. He quickly goes for the flicker to guarantee that there's no time to react to it and gets a full punish. In the meantime, down by bot side, Matt continuing to just hold and be oppressive in this lane with Neo, just having to take it up by the EXP side. Like, man, he's not going to have a problem. We've seen him play this expert multiple times. He usually walks away unscathed from these situations, and better yet, walks away with a kill.
Yep, at the same time as well, Hito is getting completely bullied out here. I'm surprised Matt is just so oppressive, but that's the thing about Bruno, right? If you give him an inch, he is going to take him out later on. But for now, with this turtle coming in as well, Chan is trying to cat in a lot of control here. Stolen Novaria skill coming in from Dato. Nope, it's going to be him here, but Yuna, he finds Mat Dinz out of position, gets a free decimation proc, but now, is he going to secure it? Yep, it's going to be an easy one for him as Max is a little bit too far off to contest this.
Oh, so sorry, Mat Dinz. It looks like welcome to the competitive scene. You can't play as disrespectfully as you want to in traditional pub games. People will collapse on your misposition. And now, this is going to be a dive.
This is, a feels bad moment here. Like, great game stance coming from Hito. Mat Dinz is going to be here to save his life, so it's going to be good. But Hito, he's going to try. He tried.
Yeah, he tried. He wanted to go for round 2, but it's good that Mat Dinz actually rotated down to this side, so it stops Dato from actually walking up to the tower and try to cancel the recall again.
Yep, it does help the Team Lunatix in this kind of scenarios here. But at the same time, Yuna, very, very oppressive. Once again, steals the wander away. And as of your Team Secret, where was that form that we've seen in previous weeks here? Because they are getting oppressed right now.
I can't really do too much about it. I mean, it's an early turtle for their side, and Team Secret just have to play this slow, right? Their win conditions is heavily revolving around Matt. So if Max starts to fall behind, I mean, what can you really do against Vardis, right?
Agreed. But he is going to try and make a little bit of space here. He's setting up an ambush for Matt. They do scout out both Mat Dinz and Matt, but Max is still there as well. Yuna, does he want to go for the collapse? Looks like they are going to try as well. Here comes the goal. Matt first to fall. Great cash coming from Asia, and Mat Dinz now going to be the next one as well. Max absolutely completely bailing out of the fight and watched his teammates die in front of him.
Yep, oh boy, Matt played that terribly. He was looking for a kick. He decides to kick Esho Ohana of all people. He does have that Primal Wrath at the same time, so there's no way he was going to die. What he needed to do was actually force Yuna to actually use the Mortal Coil as soon as possible, and then maybe there's an opportunity to sneak in a kick between the two Mortal Coils.
Agreed. But now, Neo is going to try and pick a fight against Shen as well. Export just completely outspacing him as well. Gets the taunt in. But can he chip away the Faragam armor? He does, but don't think that it's going to be any value there for him. Meanwhile, Team Secret still looking for zone control. Asia catches him off. Nice shouldn't pull away. But the turtle control in Yuna's hands for now. But where is Max though? Because they really need to find a way to steal this Team Lunatix.
No, they just posture for it. Because Max, he is a level behind Yuna, so he's going to hit level 8, and if they don't rush this turtle, there's no need for Max to show his face.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult as well. Awkward positioning on the turtle, but Team Lunatix has wave control in their favor. Team Secret not in position to fight this as well. Tier 1 down bottom still survive, but here comes the conceal play. They want to punish Max, but they do scare him off for now, so it is still going to be the dance around the turtle for now, unless Mat Dinz not going to be getting the kick for now. Snipe from Dato will not connect. Neo is going to be collapsing on 2. Here he comes. Connect 3-man. And Yuna is going to try and prop the wave. But Neo, Bracel's draft comes in. Needs to back out. But that should be all. Lunatix secures the turtle in their hands.
Yep, nicely done coming in from Esho Ohana. He has to play disrespectfully. He's utilizing his ult at the right time, especially when the turtle gets low, just to make sure that Neo can't just sit on top of it for free, really making it difficult. And this entire time, Finding Hito is able to crack another turret up by top side, with Bruno having to rotate all the way down to to try and participate, but nothing even happened.
That's the thing, right? Team Secret is just having a very, very difficult time finding Hito out of position. He's just getting, free from across the map, and by now with Team Lunatix going for an aggression here, Team Secret has no choice go for the response. Mat Dinz goes for the catch, and here comes the kick. But where's the damage? Asia manages to get out of it as well. Yuna will take the aggression, but the decimation will be enough to kill Neo before he processes the appraiser's wrath. Easy kill for Yuna.
This is uncomfortable. This is so uncomfortable. They get a good kick, not enough follow-up to actually make it count. And worst of all, it seems like Team Secret is losing direction. Now that they're starting to fall really far behind, it's up to the Lunatix to maintain this goal lead, and more importantly, actually accelerate it, because finding Hito is actually really strong at this point of the game and will basically take out all these tier 2s unless Team Secret do something about it.
Yeah, it is very, very difficult here. Max also having a very, very difficult time to even farm across the map, because every single time, wherever he goes, he's met up with somewhat of a contention here to try to slow down this farm right now.
Yep. Maximizing the wave so far. I think Hito has been doing a very, very good job. I think some good gold for himself, actually having a significant lead over Maima. With this much control, now Team Secret has to just take the punishment. Every single tower that they want to sit under, they're going to get poked at. Every single time they want to take a buff, they're going to get poked at. And Mat Dinz is going to have to try his best to block them as much as he can, but eventually they will start to give returns for the Lunatix as the damage starts to stack.
Yep, waves are getting shoved in as well. Team Lunatix, they had Chen clear off the top side, but guess what? Total easy takedown coming from Team Lunatix. Team Secret just can't do anything about it here. They have to play somewhat of a catch-up, and with Hito constantly revealing the position, it is going to be difficult. But now, here comes the collapse for her, essentially. Hito misses the shot, but Asia, again, they catch Neo, but the damage is just enough for him to finish him off. He dies, but now Yuna, Chen on the sides here, getting kicked away, but Team Secret, they just don't have the damage to contest this at all, and Team Lunatix just so oppressive with their rotations.
Yeah, they just don't have the answers right now. And what did I tell you? Underneath the tier 2, they pull back to inhibitor turns, and guess what they find? Just Hito just continuing to rain down punishment. Whenever it's off cooldown, he is spamming it. Every single shot is going to count. And more importantly, he is just getting so much information.
Oh my goodness, the hitbox as well. Maima, he's getting jumped so low. Great reactions coming from Isha though. But I'm surprised that actually got through here. The hitbox increase definitely helped him with his catch.
I think worst of all, I don't think Team Secret has much of an out. This is a heavy gold lead for the side of Team Lunatix, and I think they might be able to walk away with a perfect game. Again, going to be getting his immortality, and now they have a secondary option to actually engage as soon as he gets the Ice Queen's wand. But at the very least, he knows he can get into the fight, die, come back to life, and break out of the Faraga armor to exit.
Yeah, it's still very difficult to punish Xian as well. It's going to be a big problem. Asia, he gets Max as well. Great honors to get out. Yuna trying to disrupt him, but at the same time, Maima getting completely bullied out on the sides. Hito finds the kill. Maima down for the count, and Lunatix, they're just so precise with all these kills.
It's really hard to watch. It really is. Team Lunatix just seem to have a better understanding of how to play from ahead. And unfortunately for Team Secret, they're struggling to play from behind. A lot of disconnect, and more importantly, a lot of free objectives that are given over to the Lunatix so early on.
Yep. Now Lord already spawned out. Yuna already in position. Neo taking a little bit too much damage, but again, they just can't catch anyone in the front lines. And Matt forced to farm across the map here, but I guess it's all about stalling time here, because Max now is gonna try and steal the Lord, but he doesn't have the health. Koros comes in! He steals the Lord before he goes down, but that's gonna buy Team Secret a little bit more time here. Makes the play, needs the job done, but is it going to be enough, though?
Worth it. No, that's so worth it. That actually stalls Team Lunatix out. Obviously, it would have been more ideal for the second Lord of the game, but getting that first Lord is going to staunch the bleeding ever so slightly. Like, Lunatix still haven't reached the max cap of the gold as well as the items they could possibly get, but at the very least, they're not putting Team Secret under the gun and forcing them to lose an inhibitor turret. So that's a huge win for Team Secret, but the job isn't over yet.
Oh, boy. This is... this is the Team Secret we saw. This is the Team Secret we saw the previous week, but hopefully, you know, with this limited space, they are going to be able to scale back, but this shouldn't be a big problem for Team Lunatix to kind of clear it off, right? It's like, oh, it's okay, we made a little bit of mistake, that's it. You know, sometimes 50-50s are 50-50s.
Yep, but it's hard to say that it's a bit of a 50-50 considering that Yuna actually had the level lead on him. So just well played coming in from Max, winning out a disadvantaged retreat fight amongst 3 people. So now the question is whether Team Secret is able to find that same success again when this next Lord actually pops up. In the meantime, I don't expect Team Secret to make any crazy plays.
Oh no, Asia, he's looking for the cash. Mat Dinz.
Slash and pull, he's good.
Oh, fine for now, but they do scout out 4 members coming in from Dato's Astro, so that is gonna be vision provided. But again, you know, Team Secret, whenever they try and go for this kind of plays, it's so difficult. Like, they will almost nearly guarantee know where everyone for Team Secret is every single time.
I think, well, personally for me, I think that Team Lunatix are playing the Siege composition really, really well. However, I think that they need to just completely lock them out, right? Like, Matt should never be able to touch these waves. They should have bigger coverage. They're clumping up a lot knowing that they don't want to give that kill over to Team Secret because of Maima and Mat Dinz and the amount of pickoff that they actually have. But I think that Lunatix need to just continuously just keep them in that base. If Neo starts to walk up, back away. And that's the thing, right? Team Secret, they should not be able to get any space whatsoever.
Yeah, this is smart coming from Team Lunatix. They're just freezing the lane. They're trying to delay their farm as much as they can. And they know they have to because Team Secret, they can come back any single time. But the question is, as long as they've not got no goal, it is going to be in the bag for Team Lunatix. So I guess that's the direction they are going for as well. Max is getting chipped away by Chen. Oh my goodness, this export extremely annoying right now.
Extremely, and this is what they want. The waves underneath the tower and they continuously poke.
Yep, poke as much as they can. Hito making quick work on it as well, but they get the Furigama armor in on Mat Dinz. He can't shimple out of there. He will fall and Yuna finds the pickup. Where's the counter engage? Neo doesn't get the connection here, but the Astro will slow them down enough for Team Lunatix to back off.
Yep. They get the reset. Mat Dinz is not going to be able to participate, and now they need to start posturing for this Lord. I mean, it's good that they are showing both Yuna as well as Eden in the enemy jungle, just so they have a rough idea of what's going on. But at the end of the day, this Lord will fall into the hands of LTX.
Yep, easy win coming in from Team Lunatix. Meanwhile, Team Secret, well, we have put in this spot right now. Max, he just got his endless battle, but is it going to be enough though on this Lancelot?
No, it really isn't going to be enough. Unless somebody is able to get like a good engage onto Hito, I don't see it happening. And arguably, it's harder to get on top of Deto in these cases because he's able to kind of phase through walls. I mean, look at this poke. Gonna connect.
Oh my goodness, Asia, he found Max to get the collapse on Hito as well. Neo needs to get out, but he will still die here. That's gonna be 2 down for Team Secret. Double kill for Hito and Team Lunatix. Look at Chen go, zoning the back lines. Doesn't matter. We've got too much damage. We've got the advantage. And Team Lunatix, they bounce back for game 1. Easy victory.
Huge game coming out from LTX, stomping Team Secret in game number 1, securing a very clean victory, the cleanest one we've seen coming out from the Lunatix. Team Secret, they gotta hit the drawing board.
Oh boy, seems like you know, Team Lunatix was the quicker team to adapt in week number 3 here. Stronger than ever, looking to close out their first ever victory. In this case, they finally got their first game. Meanwhile, Team Secret, like you said, back to the drawing board, back to resetting on how to get used to each other.
I think the chemistry is definitely off for Team Secret. That's something that they're going to have to talk about. Despite having their own dedicated roles, we're not seeing the added bit of reinforcements or support that's necessary to make some of these moves actually work. Lunatix on the other side, I think they're a little bit more adaptable, right? They know how to play from ahead, and we see that very clearly. And more so, I feel like Aisha Ohana is really bringing this team together.
Yeah, I agree. And on top of it all, Yuna is just playing at a very, very oppressive state on this Martin, right? Like,
as he should be.
You know, once you get this lead, you are supposed to actually, you know, snowball their way through. This was a big problem that Lunatix faced in the previous week. Seems like Aisha finally understood the mission, you know, understood the objective. What needs to be done? I'm ahead. What should I do? Snowball, 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 don't care. There's no such thing as retreat.
There is such thing as a retreat, and this is a siege composition, so it's very much just take away your turrets, get that goal lead, and to see how far you can actually go. But the real question on everybody's mind is, who is the MVP of this match? Let's go to the backstage and have a look. It's going to be Yuna coming in huge for the Lunatix.
Yep, Yuna is just, playing absolutely out of his mind. Was able to get multiple kills time and time again on the decimation with those Martyrs here. And he's the reason why Team Secret was just struggling throughout the entirety of the map here. And even itemization as well, full tank all the way, got the Hunter Strike. But, of course, when it comes to the emblems here, what are your thoughts?
Emblems, assassin emblems, as per usual, he decides to go for the killing spree instead of taking traditional, well, I wouldn't even say traditional, but preferencing the killing spree over the Brave Smite. And at the very least, we can see that he wanted to snowball, he wanted to maintain that lead, and he wanted to close it out as soon as possible. So well done to Yuna, making sure that he's winning his matchup against Max in this particular case, and more so putting him super far behind into this game to actually be relevant.
Yeah, I agree. And in this case, Yuna just undeniably the MVP for Game 1. Just so consistent. 19 years old, all the way from Philippines. And I'm curious to see what they have to say, because Lunatix is finally going to get their first mic check for this upcoming season. And I'm excited to hear what he has to say.
Aku nak bantai budak Mat Dinz ni. Dia kat situ tak pernah bantai, tak pernah lawan aku tu. Yuna love Yakul.
Yeah.
Untuk kau apa semua boleh dari itu.
Oh, Cecilian, hoi.
Hoi, boleh dari itu.
Santuy bro, santuy bro, santuy. No problem bro.
Reset. Aku atas.
Boleh.
Pas kimid. Bodoh. Aku tower.
We can kill this bro.
Kill.
Mampus.
Nice.
Boleh. Bus winner bro.
A strong opening coming in from the Lunatix with a super solid victory, taking this game 13 minutes, not even breaking the 14th, with a whopping 13k gold lead.
That's crazy. But at the same time, I'm surprised Lunatix was able to communicate with both Hito and Yuna in BM.
I mean,
it's basic, but at the same time, I was very surprised that they are communicating in our local language.
I mean, Hito for sure. Last season, when he was underneath Team Hawk, at the very least, he was picking it up, learning on his way. You're not more surprised to actually hear him go for it. I did hear snippets here and there as we were passing by the player rooms, but other than that, didn't know that he had full understanding of it.
That's crazy. But at the same time as well, Team Lunatix seems like they're stronger than ever, hoping to, to kind of bounce back. But it's still too early to be called comfort here, because Team Secret, they definitely need to rethink their strategy here for game number 2. Even though they've won their first ever game, but right now, with Mat Dinz coming into this roster here, they look very, very uncomfortable. And to be honest, I feel like Matt and Max kind of swapping their roles. Max kind of swapping roles has kind of messed them up a little bit.
I don't think it's that. I think it's just chemistry overall, right? It's very evident that the chemistry is just not there. And when we hop over to the Lunatix, nothing much of a standout in terms of the items. It looks like it was pretty standard all across the board, but more importantly, I think as soon as we see Can actually get the immortality as well as the Ice Queen's wand, it became very difficult for Team Secret to do anything, right? You engage, he's just going to use the last insanity, your whole team is slowed down, and then the slow and painful collapse as Lunatix just poke you out underneath your turret and punish you for walking out of your base. There's nothing much you can really do once you are in that rear naked chokehold.
Yeah, that's the thing about having an X-Walk, right? Once you go tanky a little bit here, you get your immortality, you're pretty much unkillable. First item, immortality is always great and all, but for Qian, he opted to go for the blade armor rather early to deal with early crits potentially coming in from the Bruno, which may trigger his Viraga armor procs a little bit quicker. So I guess the direction he's going for that is really, really nice. But like you said as well, Ice Queen 1 is going to be the bigger, major factor. Once he gets it, it was so difficult to push into export.
Well, I mean, it's more so that the only win condition coming in from the side of Team Secret was going to be this Bruno, and he had to win his matchup. Hito was able to maintain that pressure really well. I'm not going to lie. The fact that he didn't die in lane was already a big heads up for the side of the Lunatix, right? Because Team Secret is heavily dependent on this strong gold side coming in from Matt. And if he doesn't dominate his lane, we probably would have seen a very similar victory like how Team Lunatix actually collapsed and held on to their lead. Team Secret could have done the same thing, but they just didn't get that lead first.
Yeah, it's just fair. Like you said as well, when it comes to lead, right? Look at the itemization as well. Because of Lunatix was able how to kind of like suppress them in terms of economy, freeze the lane here. Matt couldn't even progress so far to a point that he gets his Winds of Nature, gets his maybe even his 6-item progression as compared to Hito. But even then, I'm surprised Matt was able to kind of catch up. But even then, the rest of his teams is just so poor. In this case, Maima completely underfarmed.
Yeah, can't really do too much about that. Let's look at the post-game stats and maybe we can see a different side of the story, right? Because you have to give it to Death, he was absolutely smashing up that mid lane, making sure that unfortunately for Maima wasn't too relevant in this game and didn't even give him the time to actually scale, consistently pushing out those waves with the help of Aisha Ohana and getting that early kill. Sorry, so helping out for that early kill for the side of Yuna. This suddenly turned on him so quick because Mat Dinz has to match Aisha Ohana in that lane. And with Deto getting that assist, it allows him to continuously clear out the mid without having to interact with Maima and then rotate into the side, making it difficult for both Neo as well as Mat to feel comfortable. In this case, at least it was Max taking the punishment and not Neo and Matt.
Yeah, it's all about those range, right? In this case, you know, Team Lunatix just outranged them in terms of poking potential, especially coming from Hito, right? So I feel like based on this draft as well, it comes down to, you know, execution. Straight up, just execution, and Team Lunatix just understood their composition a little bit better just because of the kits that were given to them. And, you know, for Yuna to actually snowball his way through with this Martins, especially early kills, in getting the kill onto his Maima, slowing down his progression, is what made Team Lunatix kind of get the upper hand against them.
I mean, they're very similar compositions, and whoever got that lead could have been way bigger in these matchups here. So have to give it to both sides. It was a tough match, but at the very least, LTX came out big time, and especially with this early kill onto Maima's side, this snowballed so quickly out of control. And with the early game execution coming in for the side of Team Secret, they didn't manage to actually manage to stop these overall dives, and a lot of their turrets actually got taken down for free, essentially.
Yeah, and you can see the snipes and damage as well. Hito has been there to kind of provide it for Yuna, right? Whenever Team Secret tries to make a play, he times his ult very, very nicely here to just completely stop all aggression, because the amount of slows coming from the out is big. But when you top it off with the Ice Queen ones coming from X-Bar, it's extremely difficult. And even here as well, Mat Dinz, he only had one shot, right? If you miss your angle, you don't get those kicks, you're dead. Even if you get it here, what can you do? Where is the counter engage? And Team Secret just doesn't have those kind of tools to even do it.
Well, I mean, it was pretty set in stone once you saw LTX actually have an 8K gold lead. It was pretty much done at that point, right? There's nothing much you can really do to actually come back into the game. You would only hope that LTX makes that first mistake. And in this case, they played it clean, they kept it slow, and more importantly, they starved out the enemies until they had no economy to work with. Something that Team Secret is probably going to be thinking about here in game number 2.
Well, if the export was in the hands of Team Secret, I felt like this game would have been a little bit different here. But of course, you know, Team Lunatix, they saw it from a mile away. The drafts was good, the bans was good as well, forcing Neo to kind of play that Fredrin rather than the traditional XP laners, right, in the second bans. But before we get into the drafts later on, but I feel like Team Lunatix had a very, very solid idea on how they want to ban at drafts, and I really, really like the drafts.
I mean, they did have a solid idea, but sometimes it just comes down to just like taking it slow, taking a deep breather, and just relaxing. And that's why we're sitting on the awesome U Thrones V, a gaming massage chair to knead away body aches and stay laser focused in your next battles. And I'm pretty sure, you know, the teams are already sitting on top of it. We have seen a couple of players during ping checks just like, all right, they're playing around with it a little bit more, enjoying it. And there's also different variants. I feel like, you know how players are all about skins. These chairs have skins as well. We got the Optimus Prime ones. I think the BM side has the Bumblebees. I wish I could show you the back of it because they've got some nice print tapestry on it.
Turn. You gotta turn, man.
I can't turn. This wire is stopping me from turning any more than 180.
Well, we gotta, you know, camera is no longer on us, so we can't really show you a little bit more. Maybe another time. Hopefully, you guys come down to the venue as well and
just check out their website. That's so much easier. Just check out their website. That's the thing.
When I buy something, I don't like buying it online. I like to be physical, bro.
Brother, this is the new age, old man. Get on board. Get on board and get left in the dust.
Fair enough. But at the same time, adaptations needs to be done. Like he said as well, I'm getting old. I gotta learn how to buy things online. But the question here for Team Secret, can they actually do it? Because right now, one of these teams will be remaining as winless. And in this case, Team Secret has not won a full series.
That's so cruel. That's so cruel. God damn. All right. I mean, one of these teams are going to be walking away winless, and I think right now it's evidently, unfortunately, looking like LTX is coming out as the victors, and unfortunately for Team Secret to be that winless team, but they need to kind of come together, right? Again, it's all about getting away those early game nerves, and more importantly, so the chemistry, the communication from the side of Team Secret needs to improve. There's a lot of times where it could be completely avoided had someone just said something.
Yeah, maybe, but of course, at the same time, wow, I like how the fans here are just cheating, you know.
What then? Okay, don't.
Translation.
Don't you dare say it's not cheating.
It is cheating.
He's just lying about where he is. He went to the it mentions, translated. He went to the shop, but really he went to the MPL to check out the games.
Cheating,
brother.
Isn't lying and cheating kind of the same thing?
Dude, like, I've never wanted to walk out into street traffic more than I do right now. But I'm going to tell you right now, brother, the man is just trying to go to the MPL without his wife knowing.
Fair enough.
Unless he's like cheating on her with the MPL, which in itself is kind of weird.
Well,
don't be weird.
That's the thing.
Don't be weird.
It happened in Indonesia.
Don't be weird about it.
It happened. He got caught on camera.
Brother.
I'm just going to leave it there.
Sure, man. Have the last say about it, brother. I wonder how traffic is doing out there. Hopefully it's fast. Hopefully it's fast.
But at the same time here, now when it comes to the drafts here, I'm excited to see whether or not adaptations will be made here. It comes down to this moment, whether or not one of these teams will be able to secure the victory, because this time Lunatix will have the one game advantage and they will be starting things off on blue side.
Yeah, this time Team Secret is going to be starting off on the red side. I want to see whether or not they're going to start taking apart the siege composition that we saw get put together by the side of LTX. They start things off with a Yves ban for the side of LTX. Team Secret, get rid of the Kadita.
Ooh, okay, you know, Kadita coming in. I feel like when it comes to the drafts here, Team Lunatix, they shouldn't change too much here. They are going to be targeting towards Neo again, forcing him to play those Fredrin and Martis. But so far, first picking Martis from Lunatix isn't too bad, again, if they want to stick to their roots based on how they open things off from game one.
I mean, considering how Yuna has been performing, and not even just in this game and the last game, I would even before that, like his previous games have been looking very, very good. Is it my turn? Reminder that Isho Ohana used Yin twice as a roamer in MPL MY Season 11 with a record of 1-1. The man's got a 50% win rate on Yin.
That's a pretty weird hero, but he did bring it up before. You know, it was kind of like the experimental phase on how the Yin kind of buffed up, right? But
yeah.
I feel like he should try Saber as well, since Yin is in his vocabulary.
I don't know about that one. I feel like Natalia seems a little bit more likely, but we'll see in a little bit. With now they get rid of the Beatrix, and now Team Secret, they've already responded by banning out the Fanny, but they got one more ban to go, and there's still a lot on that table here.
Okay, I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see how it goes. But of course, you know, Hito has kind of played Beatrix even like almost every single game he's played so far. When he was playing with Homeboys, there was not a lot of games to actually compare it to, but most of the time he is going to be playing Beatrix. So I guess Lunatix wants to test Hito a bit more in this scenario.
Nah, I don't see it. I don't see it just yet. And also, it's not Homeboys, it's Team Hawk. But Team Secret on the other hand...
Oh yeah, it's Hawk.
Yep, 2 for 2 right now. I'm going with the score. Team Secret on the other hand, I think it's smart to ban out this Martis, especially since you're not on that blue side. And you know that Lunatix, especially with Yuna's performances thus far, have been so very good. It's not going to put him out completely. There are still early game junglers that you can take advantage of. But it forces Lunatix in a position where they have to flex pick.
Okay, going for Asia's Edith all the way through in first pick here, flexible hero.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Wait, is that who I saw it is?
Huh? Who?
Was that Joel?
Was that a handsome man on screen?
Yeah. That was... Okay. Huh. Huh, he's still around?
Are you done yet?
No, I'm just a little bit lost here.
Are you not mesmerized?
Of course, like, you know, it would be nice to see him playing with Lunatix again.
I don't.
To be honest, Lunatix
was
top
thinking-
4 finish.
I was about to say that the transfer window was basically closed. It's not. It goes up to week 5. So
Okay.
there's still a possibility. We'll see whether there are band-aids needed to kind of fix the overall lineup. But let's jump back into the draft again, as Fredrin as well as Farsa are going to get locked in.
You know, I like how Jom and Hito had this, I would say, bromance throughout the entire season, the previous season as well. And he was very, very supportive of whether Hito was going to make it all the way through. Unfortunately, they were eliminated from Team Han last season, but now he's back again. So I guess Jom is here to support him.
It's a cultural thing. It's
Yeah.
definitely a cultural thing. If there's one thing I know about Filipinos is that they love other Filipinos. Like 100%.
Rose is the best example, isn't it?
Dude, where are you going with this?
I don't know, man. I don't know. She's, you know, very supportive on all the Filipinos.
I'm just going to end this conversation right here and jump back into the Angela as well as the Irithel getting locked in. I think this is a very interesting combination, but there's also a very good chance that we might actually see an assassin jungler like Ling, hopefully. Really like seeing the Ling-Angela combination from the side of the Lunatics, but it poses a question to Team Secret. They see they already have the Farsa. They're in some trouble. If Ling gets picked up, Farsa is not going to be able to get her ult off very conveniently, so do you pick it up now? Do you look to deny, or do you start thinking about suppressions?
I think, you know, that's the thing, right? When it comes to those preference here, I feel like with Team Lunatix already used to Asia's plays out with Edith, I think they can just completely skip the entire suppression composition, which is the Franco as well as the Kaja. So I feel like that's going to be the angle that Team Lunatix is going to be going for. But I feel like they're more accustomed to deal with the Frederick on the XP lane rather than, you know, Max kind of playing it in the jungle role for Team Secret.
I think that's a fair argument. I definitely think that's a fair argument here, but I think that Team Secret's still falling back to what they know and want to get the siege composition up and started all over again with the Bruno already locked in as their final pick of the first phase, and then they ban out Ling in response. So very nicely done coming in from Zico, identifying potential threats.
Okay, Angela, Ling, it's something that they just don't really want to deal with it here, but when it comes to jungle, Angela and Baxia isn't too bad as well. Martis is also pretty okay, but Martis being banned, not gonna happening. So I guess when it comes to this as well, Yuna has the option to potentially play it, you know, the Baxia. Or maybe even jungle Uranus personally, but not a big fan of it. I know you hate it, but jungle Uranus, definitely a big no-no for me.
I don't think that's going to happen. I
Yeah.
definitely think that there are better tanks out there. More importantly, Team Lunatix, they ban out that Joy, making sure that nobody can jump in towards that backline and really threaten it. Worst yet, having a Joy in the EXP lane, especially when they take Vengeance, makes it tough for Irithel to actually secure kills, even when she's ahead.
I like Alice here coming from Lunatix if they decide to go for it. Like, jungle Alice with the Angela does give you a lot of healing potential to actually dive to back lines if you think about it. But I don't know, it's going to be up to their question here. But of course, Team Secret, they will ban the Valentina, so that is going to be Dato forcing to play the Novaria again, perhaps?
Still playing the Novaria?
Yeah, he's done really well in game 1 if you
I
think about
feel
it.
like there's a potential that it could be Deto just picking up the Angela and then Aisha Ohana goes back on the Edith, and then they kind of set up for a potential backline diver to stop the feathered airstrike, maybe in the likes of like Lapu
Mage
Lapu,
Angela?
Yuzong, the Grok, all of which are very relevant.
Actually, it's also a possibility, you know. Like, I'm not a big fan of it, but considering that because they have the Edith, I think they can get away with it because they have a decent balance of magical damage. But the Digi being banned from Lunatix, what is this? Atlas setup? No.
I'm thinking big AoE, big CC. This could be along the lines of like they want to set up for maybe Kufra. There's a lot of options that could fit Aisha Ohana. Don't get me wrong, there is a lot of options. Things with long engages. Hooks are also very, very good. They need to make sure that nobody can get away once they are caught. And Team Secret, they instantly deny that Grok. Really well done coming in from Zico.
Yeah, I like the Grok pickup as well. It just completely isolates the fight here, forces either to use major utilities, even with the Irritable as well. So I guess the Grok kind of helps out, but I'm more curious to see what Lunatix is going to open things up. Like, are they going to bring something different on this jungle role? Like, is there is Dirov pretty okay in
Oh,
the jungle?
hell no. We are not going to see a Dirov this game. I feel like if LTX decides to go for the Dirov, they're just asking the jungler to die on purpose because there's just too many things to deal with, right?
Yeah.
The Worldie already has a knockback. The slide tackle is going to be able to kind of create some distance if Dirov tries to jump on in. And worse yet, the Fredrin just locks him out. So Lancelot is a much better idea where you have iframes to work with and can even jump into that backline. The X-Borg, again, because there is no guarantee of who exactly is going into the EXP lane. So worst comes to worst, if they lock in the tank, we basically win the EXP.
Well, it's okay. Playing it safe here, definitely goal here. I was expecting Dirov because it does kind of, you know, share the compensation of armor shredding with Irito, but looks like that's just a little bit too risky to actually go for Team Lunatix. So they are playing the safe here. I like it a little bit more. So that is going to be, like you say, quote-unquote, Chen playing on the X-Ball. Again, Team Secret, final pick here is going to go for the Hellcurt on the jungle row. Okay.
I respect it. I respect it a lot. It means that even if Isho Ohana is able to get on top of Max, he's going to get silenced, so he can't do that full combo, allowing the Hellcurt to kind of just run around. And better yet, if we're talking about running your opponents down, running an Irithel down isn't impossible.
That is going to be a very interesting one as well. Team Secret all in on nothing, bringing in their pocket strategy with this Hellcurt. It is going to be Darkness Falls in the Land of Dawn here.
Well, it's going to be a dark day. Let's see who's going to be coming up on top with both compositions having some smart ideas. I do like seeing the Hellcurt in these positions, but the real question is how do you support the Hellcurt? And that's going to be the biggest problem, right? If we see Yuna get ahead once more, I don't know whether Max can hard carry this enough, especially since he has to deal with Angela with the Heart Guard to protect any one of the targets he's trying to one-shot.
Yep, based on this draft as well, Team Lunatix going up against Team Secret is going to be on its way as we head in towards the Land of Dawn. And this is going to be game number 2 with Lunatix currently 1 game ahead and Team Secret looking to bounce back to game number 3. It is going to be a difficult one, but it's all in or nothing right now.
Yep, it's all in or nothing. So Secret, they need to find some leads. They need to get Maima or Mat ahead. It doesn't matter who, as long as they have some raw damage to chunk them below 40% to make Max's job as easy as possible. Let's have a look at the emblems.
Now, seeing how the emblems as well, we do see triple tenacities coming in from the side of Team Secret. They want to try to sustain some of the damage coming in from Yuna as well as Hito. So I guess that is going to give them a little bit of tankiness. But in terms of mobility-wise, only the Fredrin's got agility.
Yeah, everybody else doesn't really necessarily need it with fast ways of rotation. And more importantly, just the raw stats are by far more important. In these cases, like if we're looking at the marksmen, they got quantum charge, so they don't need the extra movement speed. Everybody else, on the other hand, they can move real fast, or they have an ability to help them transverse the rest of the map.
I guess, if you put it that way. But of course now, Mat Dinz on Team Secret, he's looking a little bit more comfortable with this rock. But so far, no reactions yet coming from Team Lunatix. And of course, you know, with Hito kind of playing the mid lane here, you called it as well. It is going to be a mage Angela. And of course, they need to find a way for Hito to kind of scale into this game, I guess.
I mean, it's all about the early game, right? The fact that Hito can walk up to Maima, take full trades against him, and still walk up positive in HP is always going to be a benefit. The real question is, where is Team Secret going to attack, right? Are they going to play for their strong side? Are they going to make sure that this Bruno actually gets a snowball lead? Or are they just looking to pick people off once Maima hits level 4?
Yeah, and seeing how this is happening as well, I feel like Team Lunatix, they're just playing it slow, wait for those level 4s. And in Team Secret side, it's going to be very similar, but I know that Max does have this advantage of the Darkness Fall, so they may be able to get one pick off from the get-go, but seems like that's not going to be the case here. Chen looking to be baited out with the Heart's Guard here, but no, actually not going to be happening here for Hito.
Interesting use of the wings by wings coming in from Maima, making quite a bit of a U-turn in towards the towards the gold crab, just to get an angle on Kian. All right, as Mat Dinz is going to try and reset this as much as they can. LTX are in position.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well, but Maima from behind as well. They got Chen going to be forced to go for the flicker as well, but now they're going for the dive. It's going to be Neo that steals the turtle. The Heart's Guard keeps Yuna alive, but Team Secret, they look stronger than ever, but they will be able to back out as well.
Yeah, missed opportunity. At the end of it, Team Secret does get the turtle, which is still a big win for them. It's a very small lead, but at the very least, Mat is just destroying destroying this lane, and Max having a full level lead onto Yuna.
Yeah, that is going to be very, very good for Team Secret here. Hito as well, not having a great time against Matt. Matt is finally getting a little bit of advantage here, but first item priority on Hito will be the Haas Claw. So he is going to have a little bit of okay time in the lane as long as Hito is going to be there to help him. But again, it is going to be getting those hard guns timing for Team Lunatix.
Yeah, and there's a very high chance that even if the hard guard comes out, it might just get chunked on through. There's just so much damage on Team Secret's side, especially if they're ahead.
Agreed. Now Chen forced use to actually back out as well. This time he's sidestepping his way through from the feathered airstrike. He's going to be A-okay unless Max decides to go for the die, but it's just not worth it. This isn't the export we're talking about.
I think the dive was probably worth it there, but there's no guarantee that you're actually going to hit it. I think that's just a lack of confidence. But more importantly, so the hard guard can change the tide. Topside getting absolutely destroyed, and that's what you want to see.
Beautiful, beautiful catch here coming from Asia, punishing Matt's aggression. Nothing they could have done. Mat Dinz a little bit slow here with the wall charge, but all is well. That means Team Lunatix will finally get an equalizer in this vicinity. But at the same time, AOI winning prediction here is favoring Lunatix with 64%, but Team Secret winning on the gold lead in XP lane.
Yeah, so far. Let's see. Once we hit the 8-minute mark, we're going to check in again with our AI winning prediction. As of yet, Team Secret just trying to play on their weak side against Matt to make sure that finding Hito can get ahead. Because if they can break this side of the map, it's going to put a lot of full stops on Team Secret's overall game plan.
Yep, at the same time, Team Secret already in position for the turtle again. Qian giving them the information. Neo trying to stall his way through, but Yuna again with the hard guard. Can he get the steal? No, he will lose out the trade-off, and it's going to be Max that steals it again. And this time, they will back out once more from Team Secret.
Nicely done coming in from Team Secret, denying 2 turtles already against LTX and more so. Look at Matt absolutely destroying that tier 1 with the help of Mat Dinz.
Yeah, now Asia, oh, Mat Dinz, he almost catch Asia, sidesteps his way through, and you can see the taunts are coming in. Oh boy, but at the same time, Qian, he is looking, trying to catch off Maima, but that should be all. But at the same time, Mat Dinz forces a flicker down. Asia baits it out of him once again.
Can't do much about it. So far, so good for the side of Team Secret. It's a slow roll, but the question is, can they finish it off? As Lunatix, as much as they're going to try, if they don't make a move, if they're too scared to make a move, Team Secret might just run away with this. They can't hope for Team Secret to make a mistake. They can actually force it out, and a lot of it is whether or not Maima actually uses that wild charge or Maima with a feathered airstrike. Once those 2 ultimates are down, there's a huge window for Team Lunatix to just jump on in.
Yeah, and in this case, fleeting time purchase coming from Hito means that Team Lunatix is looking to try and get those reset kills in to actually proc the heals coming from Hito. But Team Secret, it seems like they're just so afraid to actually force a fight, and who could blame him? Chen is just so annoying right now.
Yeah, nobody can really deal with Chen. It's just, it takes too many resources. Resources that would rather be, well, better utilized somewhere else on the map. But right now, Max, with a 1-level lead against Yuna, is going to continue just power farming here. Here we go, the siege composition online.
Well, concealed plays comes in. Asia gonna get caught out of wall charge as well, but the hard guard keeps them alive. But at the same time, they are out of position. They do find more. Maima finishes the turret, but Matt was able to clean Hito out while taking Asia. So that's gonna be a 2-for-0 exchange. And Team Secret, they are back in the driver's seat now. And no, it's not over yet. Max, with the Darkness Falls, he finds Yuna all by himself. Goodbye, Yuna. And now the tier 1 still stands here, but Team Secret, they have to back out. Maima is there to show presence, but the turtle is going to be the objective here. Team Secret gets almost every trade in their favor right now.
Nicely done. Team Secret now doubling their lead from 2,000 down to 4.4 thousand. It's looking very nice for them. Hopefully they can close this out. I don't know. It's scary to see because of how Game 1 went, it's already left an impression that Team Secret might just drop the ball, but it's tough. With a composition like this, there's only so few things that you could do to really mess up. And in that case, you're expecting Matt to really get out of position and get himself killed, or Maima accidentally using his ult.
Yeah, agreed. And Team Lunatix right now, they're slowly losing their magic power spike in this later stage game. And Hito, he's only got a fleeting time, and I don't think it's going to be enough to actually threaten Maima, who's arguably a better burst mage. But looks like the concealed plays come through Lunatix. They're looking for the plays. Asia gets the catch. He finds Maima. He's going to be the first to fall. And that is going to be Team Secret loses one as well. Has got up to Yuna, try catch on Matt. He's looking for the back lines, but he can't seem to pick him off. But Max will finish off Asia instead. And now, can he get out? No, he cannot. Chen bursts him down. And Team Secret, they lose another one as well as Mat Dinz caught in the crossfire. And just like that, Team Lunatix takes 3 for 1, and they're looking for more. Tier 1 still stands, and Neo! A little bit too close. Yuna catches him right at the edge, finishes him off, and now Matt might be the next, but at the same time, Hotspot clutch coming from Hito to save his life away from Maima. Team Lunatix, what a performance.
Woo! They found the catch of a lifetime, and the mistakes were made by this item Team Secret. Their 4K gold lead now down the drain, pulled down to only a 1.5K lead in terms of economy. As of the 8th minute, it was supposed to be 74%, but how quickly 1 minute changed the deal.
Yeah, Team Secret now having a little bit of advantage this time, but at the same time, it seems like it is still within Team Secret's control as of now. So it all comes down to the poke and push, and in this case, Chen does have those immortalities out for this Lord push. So this is going to be a big problem for Team Secret, especially if they want to try and chunk his Viraga armor. But looks like he's going to try and make a play right now. Insanity comes in. Matt needs to get out. He's going to be A-okay. But that should be all for him. Meanwhile, Maima still thinking about this as well. Team Secret, what's the right play? It seems like knowing that there's no Chen, they are going to try and start the Lord right now.
They need to dance around this, right? Ishoana is waiting until at least he needs to buy at least 12 seconds worth of time so his flicker gets back online, and then he can try to make an attempt again with the onward flicker. Mat Dinz not going to let him this time. He's got to stay right in front.
Oh, they are going to make a dive on Asia as well. They are going to make an attempt. Hardska keeps him alive, and Asia, he gets out to safety. Team Secret backs out. And guess what? The heals coming from Hito has been on point. Hardguard as well. And it's going to be the reset again. They popped up Primal's Wrath here to sustain his way through. But Team Secret, they do not have those tools yet. Maima very far away from the feathered airstrike. The Lord dropping down to a 10% health. Asia, they're going to go for the collapse. Chen with the insanity, but Yuna steals the Lord away. And now Team Secret, they need to back off. Hito comes from the sides here. Does have the winds of nature. He's got the heavy crossbow as well. He's going to try and run them down, but Team Secret says, you know what? Goodbye, my friend. Goodbye. We're out of here.
Oh, man. Great steal coming in from Yuna now, but this is value. So much value. As I'm about to turn this game around, we look at the items in Hito. He's got 3 items, but he did not have the Great Dragon Spear. He did decide to go a little bit more defensive with the Winds of Nature, and I think it's very ideal considering the composition he has to face. But more importantly, so they made the mistake. Team Secret could not finish the kill onto Asia Ohana, and to get punished for it.
Oh boy, that is so scary, this situation. But now with the Lord in hand, Team Lunatix, Mat Dinz getting chipped away with those export pokes, but at the same time, not much of a big deal as Team Secret does have the damage to fight this here. Look at Matt. He's going to try to chip away Chen. Okay, he's fine. He's fine for now.
Yep. Doesn't have to do too much, but it's good that Matt, at the very least, he's got to be so very careful. Like, even in these fights, right? He's got to make sure that he has enough space to play with. And Neo can only tank so much damage. So Team Secret need to hit hard, move fast. And without that snowball lead, it's going to be even harder to gain it back.
Yeah, Mat Dinz looking for the flank as well. Doesn't seem to find the right targets here. So Lunatix, they are going to be able to disengage, and seeing that, hey, Chen is out of position, but that's an export we're talking about. You know, that's not the right target I want to be catching right now. Like, I want to kill Hito. I want to kill Hito. And so far, Mat Dinz hasn't been able to find so much. Asia with concealed plays, flickers forward, misses his mark. Team Secret also fast fingers out of there as well. Mat Dinz getting slowed here, but the flicker forward wall charge catches on Asia, but is that the right target because of the back line? Yuna collapses on Maima, takes him out, and they're all trapped. They lose all, and Team Secret, they need to get out. Matt is trying to do everything with his life, but it's not going to be good enough because that is going to be a wipeout by Team Lunatix.
What a huge play coming out of Yuna with the help of the hard guard to support with backline suppression. Nicely done by the Lunatix as they take out Maima, forcing out that feathered airstrike to not be efficient. Just so many abilities wasted on Kian, allowing Lunatix an opportunity to get into the fight.
Oh boy, Team Secret made the biggest blunder here. They couldn't find the right target, and guess what? Asia's got to be counting his lucky stars because he's so tanky. And in this case, let's take a look at the replay right here. What happened right here?
I mean, at first, it's about Kian just slowly peeling away. Mat Dinz goes for an aggressive engage, but the problem is that once that wall charge is done, you have no means to disengage at all. And Max, he didn't know whether he wanted to press that ult or not. He wanted people to get out of there, but it was too late before he decided to jump back in and getting punished instantly as soon as he got into the middle of that fight.
You know, for a second, I thought there was a Valentino in this game, but at the same time, what was that wall doing there, blocking their retreat coming from Mat Dinz? So it's a little bit of weird interaction coming on from there.
That's true. He can't do much about it, but Team Secret, they've lost their early game gold lead, right? Their composition isn't going to be as painful as it was before, and going even, the fact that Team Lunatix are about to hit the 42k mark on this second Lord is a very big deal here. With a missing mid lane inhibitor, there's no way.
Yep. Hito secures the Lord for the team, but here comes the engagement from Lunatix. Asia catches on Neo, he forces the flicker out, but Team Secret says, you know what, we just don't have the tools right now to contest Team Lunatix, and they're forced to back out.
Now, a moment to breathe. But unfortunately for Team Secret, they've got to start cracking their heads here. The order of the abilities that are coming out, especially now that we have an idea of what they have in terms of items, the gold lead is not too far away from both these marksmen. The biggest gold lead that we're seeing so far is from the jungle as well as the EXP lane.
Yeah, it is going to be tough, but now with the Lord coming in as well, Qian also clearing off all 3 lanes. Hito making work on towards the turret as well, but here comes the collapse. They are going to dive into the back lines. Asia, he will be backing out here. Neo will fall, but at the same time, Crystal's exposed half HP. Look at Hito, he doesn't care. He's focusing on the Crystal, and he closes it out for the team. Team Lunatix, easy 2-0.
That's a GG, well played, as Lunatix find their 2-0 victory against Team Secret with the help of their 2 Filipino partners in crime, Yuna as well as Hito. Looks like Team Secret are going to have to hit the drawing board once again. They gotta get their chemistry together. But Asia Ohana, literally the glue of this team. What an absolute monster of an Edith game.
Yeah, they're playing so well in this game as well. And you know, Team Lunatix, they seem to have found their fix for the week number 3. However, one of these teams is going to be winless out of this series, and that is going to be Team Secret for now, because Lunatix, they secured their first series win.
Oh, fist bumps all around, sportsmanship at its finest. Lunatix finding their footing and securing 3 points for themselves here at the MPL, making sure that their league run is going to be healthy, and that might just put them out of the relegation zone.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Still, it is still going to be a long climb, but Team Secret, they have to go in for the reset here. But now you can see our amazing hosts are going to be standing by up on stage as we have a very fun time to see how Team Lunatix is going to be doing here as we send it up over.
Kemenangan pertama untuk pasukan Lunatix. 2 berbalas kosong, 3 mata penuh. Round of applause, everybody. Alright, okay. Tadi masa I naik stage, semua player datang. Jak, nanti I pegang mic tau. Nanti I nak cakap tau. Okay, let's do it one by one. Alright, Yuna first. Okay, friend. Okay, Tagalog. Okay, Yuna. Okay guys, I cakap dalam bahasa Tagalog, lepas tu nanti I translate, okay? So, Yuna, after 2 weeks, nanalo kayo. Finally, anong pakiramdam mo?
Nanalo din.
Relax. It's okay, calm down.
At least we get back. We are back now. We will win another games soon.
Alright, so I tanya tadi, selepas 2 minggu straight, dorang kalah. Apa perasaan dorang dah bangkit balik? Dan dia cakap, at least dah menang kan? Lepas tu dorang macam confident, game seterusnya, dorang akan menang lagi. Alright, thank you Yuna. Esha, sini Esha. Lama tak jumpa Esha. Alright, Esha. Wait.
Lama tak pegang mic.
Lama tak pegang mic, dah terus shaking Okay, Esha, Lunatix dah dapat 3 mata penuh hari ni. So korang dah macam safe daripada red zone lah. Zone bahaya sekarang kan dekat bawah. Sekarang, Esha rasa combo Yuna Hito lagi padu ke daripada combo Mat dan Max dekat Team Secret?
Combo daripada kita orang lagi padu daripada combo dorang. Mungkin dorang tak praktis lagi kot. Dorang tak banyak praktis lagi lah.
Okay, apa yang Asia nak cakap dekat semua orang yang sokong Lunatix walaupun 2 minggu macam struggle sikit?
Thank you kepada semua fans sebab sokong kita orang walaupun kita orang berada di bawah. Tapi korang still support kita orang, thank you lah. So kita orang janji kita orang akan tunjukkan hasil yang baik lah untuk next game nanti.
Alright, okay guys. Asia dah bagi macam comel-comel sikit kan, appreciative sikit. So I nak tanya dulu, korang rasa siapa MVP? Hito? Oh, betul ke tadi? Alright guys. 3, 2, 1. Kita punya MVP ialah Yuna! Alright, the Filipino jungler. Okay, ngayon MVP ka. Feeling mo ba madali yung laban kanina?
Walang practice, panalo pa din.
Okay, dia trash talk guys. So, I tanya. Sekarang dia dah jadi MVP. Dia rasa game tadi senang ke tak? Dia cakap, oh, kita orang tak practice pun boleh menang. Alright, thank you Yuna. Hito, come here. Okay guys, sebelum anything, I nak tanya dulu. Hito, did you shower today?
Yeah, no.
Oh, you didn't shower. No wonder 2-0.
We win.
That's why you win.
And
Okay.
I know why they lose.
Oh, why did they lose?
No, the Team Secret.
Yeah, why?
I think it's not about the player. I think it's all about the coach.
Zico!
Yeah.
Okay.
About
Do you want to say something to Zico? I'm pretty sure Zico's listening.
Zico, congratulations, secured top 10. Yeah.
Alright, congratulations if you're top 10. Okay, Hito, one last question for you. Now that you're in Lunatix, and we could see just now, Hito performed very, very well. Will we be seeing more of Finding Hito in Lunatix?
That's why I changed my name to Finding Hito because I keep finding team. That's why. And I want to say something about Team Hack. Yeah. Because we have a match this Sunday.
Oh, okay. Go on.
And hello, Gary, my friend. See you on Sunday. Yeah.
Wait. Just now, we heard Mike check. Dorang, Hito cakap Melayu kan? What can you say in Malay? No bad words.
Boleh. boleh.
Can you speak in Malay now?
Boleh.
Wow, mantap. Mantap. Alright, terima kasih. Congratulations once again to Team Lunatix. Kemenangan pertama dorang untuk musim ini and I'm pretty sure it will not be the last. And with that, let us throw it to the casters untuk dapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam 3 mata penuh game ni. Casters, silakan.
Thanks, Rose. What a game coming in from the side of the Lunatics here. Our MVP of the match, Yuna, coming in big time for the team, making sure not only does he play from behind, but he knows how to play from ahead.
Yeah, in this case, Yuna just playing out of his mind 2 games in a row. Very, very consistent in the jungler here. 11, 1, and 9. You talk about practicing in this match here, but it seems like, again, like you said as well, it's all about practice. And Lunatix, they finally found a little bit of a glimmer of hope of bouncing back into his MPL, and hopefully it is going to be a little bit better, especially when they're going to be going up against Team Hawk on Sunday.
Look, I'm not going to lie, Yuna, I had a lot of questions of how consistent he was going to be, but throughout the weeks, we have seen that he is a solid staple for the side of LTX, a jungler that you can rely on, especially when it comes down to that average GPM. I haven't seen him broke down from that 800 in a while, and more importantly, at the very least, when you tell him, hey, I need this person to die, he is definitely going to jump on him.
Yep, but at the same time here, I want to see how they play in game number 2 here, because we are going to be jumping into a mic check with Team Lunatix.
Again, handsome.
Pakita boleh.
Play my best.
You see that? Esha Uwana, idol roamer. Wow.
Uy.
Mana? There, oh.
Uy,
There, oh.
Uy. Mantap.
Nice one, Deto.
Nice one, Deto. Bro, I'm so scared you die, man. What the?
Wait, fuck.
Okay, ako tulak bawah.
It's okay.
Nice Yuna.
We regen first, guys. Don't worry.
Kill them all! Kill them all, bro! Man.
Okay, wait.
Kill them all!
Okay, go.
Boleh. Ako biru.
Okay.
Aku biru merah bawah.
Boleh.
Santai ya. Tower.
Turun.
Aku tower.
Let's go.
Let's have a look at their items after a very eccentric mic check. Let's see whether they broke it down. Because so far, the fact that Deto decided to go for first item, fleeting time, and then decided to get all the utilities later on, I think that was a very interesting choice. But at the very least, it really paid off. The more times he could use, more times that he could use his ultimate, the more times he is saving members of his team to create bigger plays.
Yeah, even with that final moment as well, where they actually got the wipeout on 5 players. Normally, as an Angela, you kind of want to, protect whoever who gets engaged on. And time again, he's doing a fantastic job saving Asia's life. But in that final moment, he opted to switch it. You know what? I'm going to go into Yuna and let Yuna kind of pop off in the back lines. And he was able to trust that. And Yuna was able to just completely destroy everyone from side Team Secret. And I like how Dato is being very reactionary coming from Team Lunatix. He's very patient and understanding what needs to be done. And I like how Team Lunatix played this game.
Yep. Let's have a look at the items first of all for the Lunatix side. From Kian's side, pretty standard build. He did the exact same thing from game number 1 and brought it over to game number 2. Yuna, on the other hand, just making sure that he's just got that raw amount of damage, making sure his Hunter Strike first straight away into basically whatever he wanted to, right? He was playing from behind, so I'm surprised that he was able to catch up this far, almost completing the immortality before the 15th minute.
Yeah, that's crazy coming in from them, but that's the thing about itemization, right? Chen again, same item build here, immortality, ice cream, and then going for blade armor. I'm not a big fan of third item blade armor, but it was very, very much necessary to make sure that the Bruno doesn't get those additional crits to actually chunk away at his Furagama preemptively, or in this case prematurely in a couple of scuffles, right? So in this kind of playstyles here, Team Lunatix kind of adapted this playstyle, but Team Secret, there is going to be a little bit of fix here. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, when we jump into it, right, I think their draft was okay. There's a very clear idea, but the chemistry just doesn't seem to be there. The initiations coming out from Mat Dinz is not connected with everybody else, and it feels like they're a little slow to actually follow up on a lot of the damage. I feel like even in Mat's position, where he actually has a good number of items keep him relevant in that game, helping to not only clear the waves with the help of the Wind Talker instead of rather going for a first item has Claw. I think they were in position to really take it over until we saw these big plays coming in from the side of Team Lunatix to punish, to first shut down Maima, get that ult out of the way, and then continue to just hammer into Neo.
Yeah, and when it comes to the kind of playstyle as well, I feel like Team Secret, Maima hasn't been able to do his own thing, right? He's been caught out time and time again, and there was nothing really much that Team Secret could actually do about saving him, if you think about it. And to be honest, it came down to execution. I agree, chemistry is going to be a little bit of issue here. They need to kind of warm up their way through. But let's take a look at the post-game stats here, because as of yet, in terms of damage output here, Yuna, 40k as compared to Max, who's only got 18k throughout this game.
I mean, we say that, but then look at Matt, who is the carry of this game, is 62,000 damage. Overwhelming number. Nobody really comes close to him. He is 20,000 damage ahead of everybody else in the party. And more importantly, for the side of the Lunatix, right? The amount of damage that was taken by specifically Neo is disgusting. He shouldn't be taking this much damage, considering that the rest of his team weren't really able to support him in his time of need. When you lose that initial frontliner, and especially if you cannot get as many resources out of your opponent in comparison to someone like Kian, who naturally has the Firaga armor to get out of it, it becomes really difficult to play the game.
Yeah, and seeing how this is going as well, on top of it all, when it comes to sustains as well, Team Lunatix is okay because they have somewhat of heals coming from Dato, whereas Team Secret, if they don't get the necessary kills, they're not going to be able to prolong this long enough. So let's take a look at the goal graph to give you guys a little bit of contrast on how things were going as well. Team Secret, they were technically winning the early game from, first to all the way to like the 9-minute mark. They were still leading in terms of the goal graph here.
Yeah, I think the big moment came at the 8th minute of the game. 4,606 gold ahead. All it took was one bad fight. A good play coming in for Aisha Ohana with a quick follow-up with a hard guard into Lancelot, jumping in with a Phantom Execution, turning it all around by taking out Maima and then flipping it on their heads. They slowly started to take the gold lead back once Hito started to scale back up, and unfortunately for the side of Team Secret, they weren't able to get the same sort of success that Lunatix got in game number 1 when they were playing this similar type of siege comp.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the composition, right? Like, personally, as an Angela, not a big fan here as a single solo mage coming from their sides. But if you take out Maima right from the get-go, what mage? You know, the Angela becomes so much more valuable now in all these, you know, scuffles or all-out 5v5 brawls right in front of your face. And Angela is just gonna get either value heals or value damage. And this is where, when Maima does not have the Splatter Air Strike, well, Team Secret has no choice but to back out.
Well, let's not also forget that, you know, a lot of this early game, especially with that one kill for finding Hito, allowing him to actually take control of this lane, that's when we start to see that Team Secret, they had to speed things up. They needed to get their Bruno back into the game. They needed to speed him up even further, but Aisha Ohana just made sure that Maima struggled to breathe. If he's too far for it, you're going to die, especially since he was utilizing Pull Yourself Together on top of the Flicker.
Yeah, agreed. And on top of it all, you can see engagements coming in as well. Aisha is just getting absolutely free reign. And when it comes to synergizing the attacks as well coming from Team Secret, Max is always going to the backlines all by himself, and there's just not really a lot of follow-up can help him. And yeah, this final fight here was pretty much nail to coffin coming from Secret. The moment they lost Maima, all forms of damage was pretty much chipped away from the side of Team Secret. And Lunatix can just do whatever they want.
Yeah, and now I can confidently say, if it wasn't for Yuna being consistent with the way that he plays the jungle in terms of his farm, a lot of these moments probably would not have happened. So congratulations to Team Lunatix getting 3 points for themselves here on our very first day of week number 3. Let's look at the standings right now, because LTX just got themselves out of the red zone, putting them at 3 points. 1 singular point ahead of Red Esports.
Yep, it is still too far to be called comfort here, because as of yet, they get out for now. But if you think about it here, they've played more games compared to Red Esports. So technically, Red Esports still has a mighty fine chance to actually kick them back down once again. And of course, Team Secret finally all the way at the bottom here, top 10. You know, Hito has called it out, but they still have about 5 more games for Team Secret to go if they want to stand a chance to get out of the relegation.
Yeah, I mean, 5 more games, and they've got to make it count here. Eventually, if they lose their next upcoming game, they might not have a say whether or not they're going to be down in the red zone.
Ooh, that is going to be a very, very difficult one. But of course, well, when it comes to relegations here, you know, Team Hawk as well as Team Secret, they were the 2 teams that came in for the qualifiers, and Team Hawk now in top 3. So all things considered, that is going to be a match to be watching out for Sunday. But before we hit to Sunday, Saturday comes first, and tomorrow's matches will begin things off with Team SMG going up against MPXNC.
Yep, that's going to be an exciting one with Team SMG haven't dropped the game yet or an entire series. MPXNC, the Niners, come off hot from last week, followed up by the Selangor Red Giants up against Torak, with Selangor Red Giants again still at 100%. Maybe Torak can change that and make it happen. Hopefully they can break the overall streak that they've got going. Red Esports against the Homeboys after both teams suffering crushing defeats in week number 2, looking to redeem themselves this Saturday, Suru Saturdays, in week number 3.
Well, it is going to be a pretty fun one as well, because tomorrow is all about Santai and Suru. In this case, all things considered, week 3, day 1, was it within your expectations of the 2 O's that happened today here, especially coming from RSG as well as Team Lunatix?
No, not at all. It's honestly, I did not expect this to actually happen. You know, a lot of these changes, and especially with the windows that have been open, have really changed things up. And again, I don't know, if I was part of the MPL predictor winners, I would have been a genius. So hats off to you guys who have won, who predicted Rippo, and as well as Yuna for both of these matches. You guys nailed it, because this was a tough one.
Yeah, it is definitely a difficult one as well. I think first match was a little bit difficult, right? Considering that, hey, Rippo kind of won. Yeah, match 2, okay, pretty clear cut. Yuna played really, really well. I feel like my money was on Yuna a little bit more, but game 1, wow, Rippo, that was something that I had a soft spot for Iris, to be honest. I had a really, really soft spot.
I love both of these EXP laners. So again, it was very difficult for me to choose overall. My personal MVP had to go over to Aisha Ohana today. It really feels like he's pulling this team together with his energy, his calls, and his catches. So well done to all the teams who got their 2-0s today.
Yeah, it's nice to see Aisha, you know, with his lively self here back on stage again here. Hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more from him as they are going to be playing against Team Hak later on Sunday as well. So that's going to be an interesting one as well. Hito looking forward to finding himself, finding teams as well, and maybe even beat Gary up in game on Sunday.
Phrasing, gotta be real careful
right?
about that. But once again, thank you to everybody who's been tuning into week 3, the very first day, and honestly seeing some of these lower teams actually shooting back up in towards the standings, and hopefully they can get out of relegation throughout the rest of the week. I'm excited for Soru Saturdays. It's always a good time, and don't forget that even for the BM side, they usually bring on some guests, and I'm curious to see what that guest is going to be for the upcoming week.
Ooh, wait, I've heard that on the English desk, we've got a, you know, special guest coming up tomorrow.
Do we? I thought we were just having a trio. That's what's going on. I don't know. Only way to figure it out is to stick around. But honestly, out of the games that we were seeing yesterday, which are you most excited for?
Today? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow I want to see Torak bounce back. Like Selangor Giants, you know, they're pretty much on the top of the board here. Like they're going up against Torak. You know, Torak finally, you know, we know them, slow start in regular season. They eventually somehow make it to the playoffs. That's kind of that storyline that they've had for the past, what, 4 years now? I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. But I really want to see Selangor Giants say, I'm the best team out there.
I don't know. Based on previous track records, teams that usually go well, who do well during the regular season, don't finish strong, or at least get to the grand finals and then just drop the league championship right there and then. So it's pretty brutal. I don't know. What do you guys think as we start preparations for tomorrow? Thank you so much for watching week 3, day number 1 of the MPL MY season 12. We'll see you guys tomorrow.